Chapter 778. Jiang Pingji frowned and thought for a while. The burly man ignored his injuries and bowed to Jiang Pingji in tears. His rough and tired face was covered in tears and his eyes were red. "Middle Commander, my master died unjustly. Now, only a strand of young master's bloodline is left. I hope that Middle Commander will take into account the fact that my master was an official of the same dynasty and lend a helping hand. Send someone to escort young master back to Wulong County of Haozhou. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life." The tall and sturdy man was crying and kneeling to someone. No matter who it was, they would definitely be moved by this sight. The viewers in the live stream room were moved by him. They secretly felt sympathy for him and sympathized with his experience. Garlic Lobster Gafin, I can feel his helplessness and pain even through the screen. The ancient said that a scholar would die for his bosom friend. I think the Wulong County chief was his bosom friend. His lord died in front of him. He must be in so much pain. Shrimp meatballs, I feel the same. On the surface, the burly man should be the resolute type, but now he is crying so miserably. Secret sauce mixed rice, you all sympathize with him. I hate him a little. His lord and comrade died, but what does that have to do with the streamer? There are enemies ahead and the streamer can't even take care of herself. Why should she agree to his request? To serve him for the rest of his life. The streamer doesn't lack people who would risk their lives for her. Even if he died a terrible death, I don't like him. Inji red date and lotus seed soup, you're being too serious. But I don't like it either. If the streamer had survived the crisis, the streamer might have agreed to his request. Isn't he just making trouble for the streamer by bringing this up now? The comments in the streaming room floated across the screen. Many viewers expressed their opinions, but most of them sympathized with the burly man. Jiang Pingji ignored the comments and asked someone to help the burly man up from the ground. She said, the Wulong County chief died a terrible death at the hands of a traitor. I can't just sit back and do nothing. You should recuperate first. If even you collapse, who can your young master count on? You have to pull yourself together to protect the young lord. Jiang Pingji's answer was a little vague, but she was a little relieved. The burly man knew when to stop. Thank you, Lieutenant General. There were many wounds on his body, and he had lost a lot of blood. After talking for a while, his emotions had fluctuated several times, and now he was mentally and physically exhausted. The medics placed him on a stretcher and carried him out. When they were far away, Jiang Pingji's gaze turned slightly cold. Yang Si stepped forward and said, My lord, this matter should not be concluded too early. I know, but I haven't agreed yet. Jiang Pingji smiled. Her jade-like eyes were filled with calculation. When Fengjin heard this, he understood Jiang Pingji's intentions. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. The Lord was the Lord. She was not easily emotional or moved. Only in this way could she go further. He said, Wulong County is located in Haozhou, which is not a bad place. How does my lord intend to use it? How could he not eat a fat piece of meat that was delivered to his doorstep? However, Fengjin wanted to know if his lord intended to eat it herself, or if she was doing Huang Song a favor. Jiang Pingji thought for a moment, then said, Wulong County's elites are almost all dead, and only a few of them managed to escape. How can they defend Wulong County with just a few injured people and an 11-year-old Kai Xiang? Bogeo is also in Haozhou. He is the county chief of Haozhou's Maota County, which is Wulong County's neighbor. How could he not have any ideas? Even if we don't talk about Bogeo, just the local power in Wulong County is not something that Kai Xiang can suppress. It is indeed a fat piece of meat. It is no less than a child carrying a gold brick through the streets. After saying this, Jiang Pingji added, as for how to use it, I have not decided yet. I would like to hear your opinions. Hearing this, the bullet screen in the live stream turned into astonished exclamation marks. F***CK. Their streamer had no intention of helping the remaining soldiers in Wulong County. Instead, she wanted to use them for her own benefit. Many of the viewers felt uncomfortable. Wasn't this bullying children and stealing their property? But they knew that the streamer lived in a different era from them. They felt that her actions were excessive and inhumane, but reality proved that her actions were correct. If she was soft-hearted, she would not even be able to protect her family and property, let alone the world. Therefore, the viewers tolerated this discomfort. Only a few with a bad temper expressed their disgust. The Wulong County Chief's retainer was crying and begging, so why did the streamer not feel the slightest bit moved? Instead, she was thinking about stealing their property. Using modern thinking, the streamer's father had just died in an accident and left a large inheritance for the little boy Kai Xiang. The streamer had nothing to do with Kai Xiang. She just happened to pass by and saved him. Yet, she was thinking about how to divide his inheritance. Wasn't that disgusting? Of course, Jiang Pingji did not care about the bullet screen. Li Yun, who had been silent for a long time, lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. He tried to ask, why don't we lend the troops to Kai Xiang? Lending the troops to Kai Xiang was just an excuse. On the surface, she was saying that she was helping Kai Xiang, but in reality, she was making Kai Xiang a figurehead. Huang Song did not dare to confront Jiang Pingji head-on. If Jiang Pingji used this method to take over Wulong County, he could only pinch his nose and bear with it. But Jiang Pingji frowned and recalled the great universal geographical map of Dongqing. Seeing that Jiang Pingji did not say anything, Li Yun secretly glanced at Yang Si and Feng Zhen's expressions. Did he come up with another stupid idea? Feng Zhen sighed. Wulong County is indeed a good place. If we can occupy it, Huang Song's every move will be under the Lord's nose. With that, we won't have to worry about him becoming a powerful force. But, it's a pity, we have to give it up. Chongzhou, Wanzhou, and Hu County were all north of Dongqing. From Feng Zhen's point of view, Wulong County was an awkward place. If they took it for themselves, it would be too much of a stretch. Not only that, but Wulong County was located in a mountain range. It was a place that military strategists would fight for. If Jiang Pingji really took it, she would have to tilt her troops to the south to ensure that they would be able to send reinforcements in time if anything happened to Wulong County. Thus, there was a problem. If Jiang Pingji tilted her troops to the south, how would they defend the northern borderline from the north? For Jiang Pingji, Wulong County was currently of little value. It was a hot potato. It was better to use it as a bargaining chip and cooperate with Huang Song to gain more benefits. However, Yang Si and the others were not willing to let Huang Song take advantage of it. Let's put this matter aside for now. Jiang Pingji lowered her eyelids to hide the scheming in her eyes. The most important thing now is how to safely pass through Jiamen Pass and avoid being ambushed. If we go down the same path as the chief of Wulong County, there's no point in thinking about it now. Everyone understood what she meant. Meng Hun, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stepped forward. My lord, there's something I don't know if I should say. It's fine. Go ahead. I suspect that the spy might be hiding among the remnants of Wulong County. Chapter 779. The spy was hiding among the remnants of the Wulong army. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Only Feng Zhen and Yang Si remained calm, as if they had expected this. Li Yun was a studious child who asked questions. He asked in surprise, if the spy is hiding among the remnants of the Wulong army, that's too bold. He secretly drugged the Wulong County chief and tens of thousands of soldiers. How can he be so sure that he won't be exposed? Meng Hun did not answer Li Yun's question. Instead, he said, Kai Xiang is the only descendant of the Wulong County chief and can be said to be second only to the Wulong County chief. Didn't the enemy attack at night to eliminate this father and son pair? If we leave Kai Xiang alive, it's hard to guarantee that he won't recuperate and lay low for a few years to gather his father's old subordinates to avenge him. If we don't remove the roots, there will be endless trouble in the future. Li Yun listened attentively to Meng Hun's words. Although Meng Hun usually did not speak much and had a weak presence, he was very experienced and was worth learning from. Meng Hun continued, if the battle is in a stalemate, it's fine. We can find a weak point and fight to the death to break through. But according to what that person just said, the enemy is very strong and there is a huge disparity in strength. If we want to break through under these circumstances, we will need to mobilize many elites to escort them. The chances of success are even lower. Even if we can break through, our pursuers will not let us go. If the difference in strength between the two sides was not large, the success rate of breaking through was more than 50% if they gathered their forces and attacked one point. If there was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, one side could crush the other and the weaker side still wanted to break through, which would only accelerate the pace of collapse. Not to mention the success rate of breaking out of the encirclement. Even if they could break out of the encirclement, their pursuers would not let them go. The death of the Wulong County chief was not enough. If they wanted to completely destroy this force, they could not leave Kai Xiang alive. If they left Kai Xiang alive, he could use his status as the young master to gather his father's old subordinates, which would be a hidden danger. Li Yun suddenly understood. He asked Meng Hun for confirmation. What Commandant Meng means is that when our scouts discovered the remnants of the Wulong army, they didn't find any traces of pursuing troops. This doesn't make sense, so... Commandant Meng suspects that there's more to this. Meng Hun nodded and said, if it were me, I would definitely send a large number of troops to capture Kai Xiang. If he allowed a mere dozen people to protect their young master to break out of the encirclement right under his nose, it would seem too deliberate. Therefore, I suspected that the spy was still hiding among them. Only in this way could the enemy not worry about Kai Xiang's whereabouts and allow them to escape. If Kai Xiang and the others were lucky enough to encounter other vassal forces and seek help from them, then would the forces that accepted them suspect that there was something wrong with this defeated army? The generals felt a chill in their hearts. If that was really the case, they really wouldn't suspect that Kai Xiang and the others were behaving strangely. To put it bluntly, Kai Xiang was just a stray dog that had to rely on others to survive. Who would suspect him and his servant? Many viewers in the live stream also felt that their brains were not enough to process it. The plot was one after another. Sanlantang, it can't be. There's really a spy among the people the streamer saved. Durian osmanthus cake, normal people are used to sympathizing with the weak, so they don't guard against them. Who would have thought that there was an enemy spy among the defeated soldiers they saved? If they weren't careful, they might repeat the same mistake and become the second Wulong County chief. Coconut juice Dai Dan, if that's the case, the streamer must be careful. You must definitely catch the spy in order to prevent further trouble. Tianjin Xilongbao, just thinking about it makes me shudder. If I wasn't smart enough, I might have been plotted against. The audience still had lingering fears. The scene of Jiang Pingji and the others falling into the trap and then being ambushed appeared in their minds. Li Yun's face paled and he felt a chill in his heart. He said, if that's really the case, they definitely weren't prepared. Humph. Dian Yen snorted in a gruff voice. Those thieves still want to use the same sinister plot against us. The strength of the plot doesn't depend on whether it's clever or not. As long as it's useful, it's fine. Feng Zhen's gaze fell on Jiang Pingji. He said, my lord, why don't you send someone to investigate? See if anyone among Kai Xiang's group has brought the powder made from sleeping grass and golden eggplant. That person is the spy. Jiang Pingji nodded. She said, let the medics investigate. Remember not to alert the enemy. Everyone, do what you need to do. Just like how the strong would not guard against the weak, the sick and injured would not deliberately guard against the medics who came to save them. Most of the medics under Jiang Pingji were female soldiers. Although they were all tough, they were still females. It was easier for them to let down their guard. Not long after, news came back. My lord, these are the cloth bags that we found inside the clothes of 2 of them. They were very vigilant, so it took us a lot of effort. A female medic took out 2 small gray bags from her narrow sleeves and opened them, revealing the contents inside. The military doctor has already taken a look. This is the powder congealed from the medicinal juice of sleeping grass. Its medicinal properties are much stronger than normal sleeping grass. The other cloth bag also contained powder of different colors. This was the powder of golden eggplant. The evidence was conclusive. There was indeed a spy among the group. Dian Yen frowned and asked, my lord, if all these medicinal powders are mixed in with food, how many people can be poisoned? The smell is a little strong. Can't the soldiers not taste it? If the food smells bad, they will definitely be vigilant. Jiang Pingji smiled. She said, the soldiers use a big pot to cook, so they eat coarse food. It's not that exquisite. If there's something strange, why would they mention it? Moreover, the enemy doesn't need to drug everyone. They only need to make them feel bad, sleepy, and weak. If they do it carefully, the possibility of being discovered is very small. That's why the chief of Wulong fell for it. My lord, do you want to capture the spy? Li Yun asked for his lord's opinion. Don't alert the enemy. Jiang Pingji shook her head and gestured for Li Yun to calm down. The spy can be a chess piece for the enemy to plot against us, but if used well, he can also be a chess piece for us to plot against the enemy. It all depends on how the chess player plays. Jiang Pingji sent people to keep an eye on the spy. The army marched as usual and didn't notice anything strange along the way. Soon, she encountered a difficult problem. Jiamen Pass has fallen. Jiang Pingji's face darkened when she saw the flag on the gate of Jiamen Pass. Everyone was surprised. Jiamen Pass was one of the most dangerous passes in Dongqing. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. But within a few months, it had been breached by Prince Changshu, the Alliance army, and the enemy. It was a disgrace to its reputation. Chapter 780. Even though Jiamen Pass had been breached several times, its reputation as a dangerous pass was still a headache. Prince Changshu had breached Jiamen Pass with fire, and the Alliance had won by sheer numbers. They had paid a heavy price. They only had 30,000 soldiers, and they couldn't afford to lose any more, let alone force their way through. Jiang Pingji's expression was solemn. Send someone to find out who the general guarding the pass is. More importantly, she wanted to know if the forces guarding Jiamen Pass were the same ones that had ambushed the chief of Wulong County. If they weren't, Jiang Pingji would not only have to guard against sneak attacks, but she would also have to deal with the enemy at Jiamen Pass. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to have enemies on both sides. Everyone's expression was grim, and a few of the generals were prepared to challenge Jiang Pingji. Jiang Pingji ordered the army to set up camp and quietly observe the situation inside Jiamen Pass. The soldier who had been sent out shouted from outside the pass, "People on the city wall, my lord is the governor of Wanzhou, Lu Shi. Why aren't you opening the city gates?" Not long after, someone on the wall fired an arrow. The arrow landed about 30 meters away from the soldier. What kind of prefecture overseer is a rebel and a traitor? Only the prefecture magistrate appointed by His Majesty Long Qin can pass. Get lost. The soldier's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Emperor Long Qing referred to Prince Changsho, who had changed the year to Long Qing after becoming emperor. What Emperor Long Qing? There's only one emperor in Dongqing, and he's still in the imperial city of Qinzhou. The emperor you're talking about is a rebel. Rebel on the city wall, why don't you just surrender and renounce the darkness for the light? After the soldier finished speaking, the people on the city wall shot him 2 more arrows. Unfortunately, the 2 sides were too far apart, and the arrows still didn't hit anyone. The 2 sides exchanged words, trying to get information from each other. After a while, a tall and sturdy man wearing armor appeared on the city wall. He asked around and learned the whole story. He sneered and ordered a soldier to bring him his bow and arrows. The man knocked an arrow and pulled the bow to its full length. The arrow left the bowstring and flew toward the soldier's hair bun. The soldier felt a chill on his head. A strong force grabbed his scalp and forced him to tilt backward. Humph. The burly man snorted coldly and asked someone to pass on the message. Go back and tell Lu Shi to come here. The soldier escaped from the jaws of death and was in a sorry state. The soldiers guarding the Jiamen Pass cheered loudly, General, you are mighty. Their voices were so loud that even Jiang Pingji, who was in the camp, could hear them. Not long after, Jiang Pingji received a message from a soldier. Fu Wang. Who was this person? Have you heard of it? Jiang Pingji didn't know much about the forces under Prince Changsho's banner. When she heard the unfamiliar name, she turned around and asked her subordinate. Yang Xi's old boss was Prince Changsho. As his former chief strategist, he was very familiar with the generals under Prince Changsho's camp. He thought about it carefully and shook his head in confusion. I don't remember there was a general called Fu Wang in Prince Changsho's camp. Perhaps he was a new recruit, but judging from his archery skills, he must not be a nobody, to be able to shoot the hair bun of a small soldier who was far away and drag him several meters away. How could he be an ordinary military general? Prince Changsho wasn't a very good person, but he had good luck and acting skills. In his early years, he had tricked many capable people into working for him. Maybe Fu Wang had been tricked the same way. Jiang Pingji noticed Meng Hun's strange expression and asked, Officer Meng, do you know this person? Meng Hun couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Not only did he know Fu Wang, but he also knew Fu Wang. Fu Wang isn't under Prince Changsho's banner, so it's normal that you don't know him. Meng Hun couldn't help but speak when he saw everyone looking at him. He said, Fu Wang is a vassal of the Mengs and has a very high reputation in Sangzhou. One could say that he is the most powerful general under the Mengs. Prince Changsho doesn't have enough troops, so it makes sense that the Mengs would send reinforcements. Meng Hun paused and smiled at Jiang Pingji. Speaking of which, you fought him before, my lord. Jiang Pingji was stunned. I've fought him before. Are you saying that Fu Wang was the general outside the imperial city of Qinzhou that day? Meng Hun said, yes. Li Yun also remembered and asked Meng Hun, that Fu Wang. Is he the one that Officer Meng stopped me from chasing after? Li Yun still felt the urge to break out in a cold sweat when he thought about what happened that day. If Meng Hun hadn't stopped him, who was eager to make a contribution, Li Yun might have been hit by the enemy's sudden attack and be seriously injured. Meng Hun nodded. About a month ago, Prince Changsho had sent a surprise attack on the imperial city of Qinzhou, forcing the emperor to flee with his ministers and Hui Jun. In the end, they were still caught up by the army led by Fu Wang. If Jiang Pingji and Yang Jian's troops hadn't arrived in time, Fu Wang might have returned with a full load. Jiang Pingji had even snatched Hui Jun from Fu Wang. Recalling the scene that day, Jiang Pingji tucked her hands into her sleeves and said calmly, that Fu Wang does have some skills. She could beat Fu Wang up because they weren't on the same level. Using her as a standard, the people in this world were all trash. According to the standard of this world, Fu Wang was indeed very powerful. How powerful was he? Take Li Yun as an example. Apart from his lack of combat experience, Li Yun was the second most powerful person in the Wanzhou group. If Li Yun were to compete with Fu Wang at his peak, Li Yun would likely be at a disadvantage. If he wasn't careful, he might even lose his life. However, the power of one or two people couldn't turn the tide of a battle. No matter how strong Fu Wang was, he couldn't beat tens of thousands of people. Meng Hun's expression was solemn. Jiamen Pass alone isn't a big deal, but with Fu Wang, it's going to be tricky. Jiang Pingji thought about it and asked Meng Hun, "How much do you know about Fu Wang? Are there any flaws?" Meng Hun said, "I heard that Fu Wang was raised by a wild wolf. When he was young, he was violent and vicious. He was raised by a rich aristocratic family in Cangzhou as a pet for deathmatch. This so-called deathmatch is a form of entertainment among the rich aristocrats, similar to cockfighting. The difference is that it's a fight between two prisoners on death row. The winner gets to live. Fu Wang was like that." Jiang Pingji listened to Meng Hun's explanation without a frown. When she was still a genetic warrior, she had entered the Colosseum to complete the task assigned by her superiors. Between humans and exotic beasts, only the winner had the right to live. What she had experienced was much crueler than Fu Wang's. However, considering the current era, Fu Wang's experience was pitiful enough. And then, how did he become a retainer of the Mangs? Chapter 781. According to Meng Hun, Fu Yang was Fu Wang's savior and master. Without Fu Yang's training and respect, Fu Wang wouldn't have become what he was today. No matter how you looked at it, Fu Wang couldn't jump ship and join the enemy. If he did that, he would definitely be reviled by the world. Meng Hun looked troubled when faced with this question. He said, "Apart from Fu Wang himself, I'm afraid no one knows the details. Many people in Cangzhou say that Fu Wang is an ingrate. No wonder he was raised by a wild wolf. He couldn't resist the temptation of money, power, and beauty. He betrayed his former master and became a lackey of the Mangs. In short, it's very unpleasant to hear. Nowadays, it was fine to kick out an unreliable master. Take Yang Si for example. He jumped ship without any psychological pressure. Not only did he kick out his former master, Prince Changshu, but he also set him up. No one criticized him. But what if the master was good to his subordinates? He taught and trained them, and spent a lot of time and effort on them. Fu Yang not only saved Fu Wang from a deadly fight, but also gave him a surname, taught him how to read, and taught him martial arts. Not only did he save Fu Wang's life, but he also had a father-son relationship. Under such circumstances, Fu Wang still dared to join the enemy. If he wasn't an ingrate, then what was? It was fine for Fu Wang to join anyone. After all, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. A father couldn't stop his son from achieving success, could he? But he joined the Mangs. Everyone in Cangzhou knew that Fu Yang and the Mangs didn't get along. They fought until their eyes were red. In the eyes of the world, it wasn't a big deal to be weak. It was a bad character that was unforgivable. Jiang Pingji didn't jump to conclusions. She believed what she saw. If Fu Wang was really an unscrupulous villain, he wouldn't have had to worry about her when he held Hui Jun hostage outside the imperial city of Chenzhou. Dian Yan frowned and asked with slight disgust, "He's an ungrateful villain who would do anything for wealth." Meng Hun shook his head. He hadn't finished yet. Rumors were rumors, but there were too many exaggerations. He preferred to respect the truth. It's hard to say. There are rumors that Fu Wang was bribed by the Mangs. Not only did he betray his former master, but he also assassinated Fu Yang. However, if one were to look into it carefully, one would realize that this rumor did not hold water. Fu Yang wasn't murdered by anyone. His internal injuries ruptured, and he was unlucky enough to be infected by the epidemic, which led to his death. Many people were well aware of this matter. In my opinion, Fu Yang's death shouldn't have much to do with Fu Wang. As for the Meng clan's solicitation of Fu Wang, it happened after the 7th day of Fu Wang's death. What was certain was that Fu Wang accepted the recruitment of the Mengs after Fu Yang's death, and he did not do anything to his benefactor, Fu Yang. The rumors and slanders outside grew uglier and uglier. On one hand, the people of Zhangzhou worshipped Fu Wang as the god of war, but on the other, they despised his style and character. In this way, it would be easier for the Meng family to control Fu Wang. As for the truth, who would care? They were more willing to believe in the content that they were interested in, and the more explosive, the better. Rumors have one mouth, but refuting them breaks one's legs. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, according to Officer Meng, Fu Wang has been accused of many groundless crimes. But no matter what, he still defected to the enemy after the death of his former master. That is something to be criticized for. Meng Hun sighed and nodded. There was indeed no way to clear his name. He could have defected to anyone, but he chose to defer to the Mengs. It was one thing to defer to the Mengs, but he worked hard under the Mengs. He wanted horses today, beauties tomorrow, fine wine the day after, and a high position the day after. To a certain extent, he was the same as Feng Zhen. He rode around the streets on horseback and stirred up trouble. If he wasn't a rare general, the Mengs might not have tolerated it. If Fu Wang wasn't so greedy, asking for things from the Mengs all the time, maybe there would be fans who would help him clear his name. But his actions clearly showed that he defected to the Mengs only because the Mengs had money, power, and beauties. After saying so much, what is his weakness? Meng Hun smiled bitterly and said, this man loves beauties, horses, fine wine, and rare treasures. Jiang Pingji clicked her tongue. Everyone likes those things that Officer Meng mentioned. This is different. When he first joined the Mengs, Fu Wang fell in love with Meng Zhan's brother's mistress. He thought she was beautiful, so he flirted with her in public. He even asked Meng Zhan for her. Meng Zhan didn't agree, so he made a scene and almost took her by force. Meng Hun couldn't help glancing at Feng Zhen as he spoke. The Meng's horse farm is the biggest farm in Dongqing. They train countless horses. Many years ago, the farm bred a rare horse. Meng Zhan wanted to use it as a mount. But in order to win Fu Wang over, he had to give it up and use the horse as a lure. Who would have thought that Fu Wang would be greedy and ask Meng Zhan for a dozen beauties? In the eyes of outsiders, Fu Wang relied on his own ability to stir up trouble and court death. Everyone was amazed. How could the Mengs tolerate such a troublemaker? It was true love. Sai Pu, this is an upgraded version of Feng Zhen Plus. Lan Jie, come on, how can that Fu Wang be compared to our Feng Zhen? At the very least, the little princess Feng Zhen wouldn't do something so ungrateful, right? Feng Zhen is playful but not cheap. This Fu Wang. TSK, even 10 of him together can't compare to one little princess. Yuhan waning moon, exactly. Comparing him to Feng Zhen is a disgrace to our little Zhenjin. Like the comment above said, Zhenjin is playful but not cheap. Fu Wang thinks he has no principles. No matter what the reason is, he can't rely on the enemy of his benefactor. According to Officer Meng Hun, I think Fu Wang is a guy who has no bottom line for money, power, and sex. He's not cute at all. Sha Zi Chui Feng, I don't think the rumors can be trusted. I saw the live broadcast that day. Fu Wang had kidnapped Miss Hui Jun. Although he was restrained when he fought with the host, he didn't use Hui Jun as a shield to prevent the host from taking action. He also didn't let his own side or the enemy's arrows hurt Hui Jun. At that time, I felt that this man was quite manly. I always felt that he was full of righteousness. Lemon slice, righteousness. Maybe he's just too lustful and can't bear to hurt a beautiful girl. Why are you thinking so much? How many good men and Prince Charming came up with the idea of forcefully applying the Mo attribute on the other party? Meng Hun sighed. Although Fu Wang has caused a lot of criticism, he is indeed talented. He didn't ruin his reputation as the #1 in Sangzhou. Otherwise, the Mengs wouldn't have tolerated him for so many years. With him guarding Jiamen Pass, it's hard to break through. What's his temperament like? Chapter 782. Everyone's interest was piqued. Fu Wang was interesting. Why did he have such a double face? Who was he guarding against? Jiang Pingji sat in the seat of honor, deep in thought. She had a question in her mind. After Fu Yang died, were his old subordinates taken care of by the Mengs, or were they taken back by the court? It was as if a ray of light had penetrated his mind, and he was suddenly enlightened. Fu Wang still has Fu Yang's old subordinates, he said firmly. He said resolutely, I remember very clearly that those old subordinates were secretly controlled by the Meng family at first. Later, I don't know why they were transferred to work under Fu Wang. My lord suspects that Fu Wang defected to the Meng family for another reason. Jiang Pingji smiled. I didn't say that. Don't be emotional on the battlefield. I don't care what kind of person Fu Wang is or whether he had other reasons for defecting to the Mengs. To us, he has only one identity, our enemy. Since he is our enemy, we don't need to understand his difficulties. Humans were emotional creatures. Once they felt that someone had other reasons for doing things, they would unconsciously feel sympathy, pity, or approval for that person. It wasn't a big deal during normal times, but it was deadly on the battlefield. The most important thing now is how to pass through Jiamen Pass. We are outnumbered, so we can't attack by force. We have to outsmart them. Jiang Pingji could single-handedly beat Fu Wang, but Fu Wang was an enemy general. How could he fight her one-on-one? They had the advantage of the steep Jiamen Pass. If they stuck to it, Jiang Pingji wouldn't be able to afford it. Fengzhen said, My lord, if Fu Wang really had other reasons for defecting to the Mengs, we can try to persuade them. No matter what, at least it shows that he and the Mengs are not united. We can use them to our advantage. Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows and gestured for Fengzhen to continue. Yes, I have a plan. Maybe we can use it. Fengzhen smiled confidently, as if everything was under his control. Let's hear it. Fengzhen said, My lord, you can send someone to persuade Fu Wang. At the same time, you can keep an eye on the spies from Wulong County and see when they make contact with the city. Fu Wang thinks that we haven't found the spies yet, so it is very likely that they will use the same trick of drugging us at night. On the day of the night attack, we once again sent an envoy to persuade them, in order to dispel the wariness of Fu Wang and the others. When night falls, Fu Wang will lead his troops to launch a night attack. We'll set up an ambush in advance and catch them off guard. It would be best if we could capture Fu Wang alive. Jiang Pingji was deep in thought as she listened. Fengzhen's strategy was a good one, and it was highly likely that Fu Wang would fall into his trap. However, even if it was a sneak attack at night, they still had to pay a heavy price. Including Liu Shi's troops, Jiang Pingji only had 30,000 men. They could not afford to waste time. She knocked on the table with a cold expression. After thinking for a while, she said, Zisher's plan is not bad, but I still want to add more. Fengzhen cupped his hands and said, I'm all ears. We set up an ambush to kill the enemy. The night was dark, and after a chaotic battle, we couldn't avoid heavy casualties. Jiang Pingji's tone was flat, but the content of her words sent chills down their spines. Therefore, we have to do something about the ambush. We'll send people to dig tunnels leading out of the camp and secretly transport dry and flammable items to hide in various tents. When the enemy comes, we'll burn them. We'll send elite troops to hide in the tunnels, and when the enemy's formation is in chaos, we'll rush out and annihilate them. What do you think? Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Their lord was really ruthless. Fengzhen frowned and said, if we dig tunnels, we'll make too much noise and be easily discovered. Yang Si smiled and said, that's not difficult. We just need to put the entrance to the tunnel in the tents. Fengzhen was a meticulous person and had thought things through. He frowned again and said, but if we do that, we can guard against the enemy, but we can't guard against the spy. We'll still make too much noise and won't be able to hide from the spy. Once the spy leaks information to the enemy, our plan will all be for naught. This is still too risky unless we expose the spy and make him our own. Yang Si thought for a moment and said, he was originally a trusted aide of the Wulong County chief, but he secretly defected to the Mangs. I don't think he's a resolute person. If he can betray the Wulong County chief for benefits, he can naturally betray the Mangs for even more benefits. This is a feasible plan. If they could bribe the spy, their plan would be even more perfect. If none of you have any objections, then it's decided. Jiang Pingji looked around and asked, who's willing to lobby Fu Wang? In this era, there was a rule about not killing envoys when two armies crossed swords. It didn't work on Jiang Pingji, but it was still binding on these people. Under normal circumstances, serving as an envoy wouldn't be life-threatening unless there were special circumstances. Meng Hun volunteered and said, I have some ties with Fu Wang and know a little about him. I can go and give it a try. All right, then go ahead and give it a try. Probe Fu Wang's intentions. Jiang Pingji trusted Meng Hun very much and wouldn't doubt his loyalty just because he was in contact with his old boss. She agreed readily. I won't let you down, my lord. There was a sign outside the camp that said, no war. There was no sign of troops or intention to break into the pass. Jiamen Pass was also very quiet. Fu Wang heard that Lu Shi had sent an envoy and asked for the name of the envoy. He couldn't help but smile. He was wearing half a suit of armor and had a few jars of unfinished wine beside him. When he heard that there was an envoy outside the city, he sneered and said to the people beside him, back then, Meng Hun was just a clumsy warrior. He couldn't even speak properly. Lu Shi actually sent this person to lobby me. What a joke. I won't see him. Let's just beat him out of here. The deputy general flattered Fu Wang and said, General, you have a deep friendship with the Lord. Meng Hun won't be able to sway you. I heard that Meng Hun is a coward. His wife and children have been humiliated multiple times. He's a disgrace to men. Fu Wang sneered. That's why I don't want to see him. The deputy general said, General, why don't you see him and humiliate him? That way, we can take Lu Shi down a peg. Fu Wang was silent for a moment. He raised his hand and picked up a jar of wine. He said indifferently, what's there to see about an ugly warrior? In my opinion, the girl next to Lu Shi is the real beauty. Every frown and smile can charm all living things. When I saw her that day, I fell in love with her. The deputy general had a smile on his face. His eyelids were lowered, and his eyes were filled with contempt. He was still thinking about women in the face of battle. He was indeed a useless person. Fu Wang's temperament was fickle. He often said that the wind was the rain. Just a moment ago, he despised Meng Hun. Now, he called the messenger back. Forget it. Bring him here to have a look. After that, he pushed away the dancers who were trying to get close to him and turned to the side hall. As soon as he saw Meng Hun, Fu Wang said, "Lu Shi sent you to persuade him to surrender." Meng Hun lowered his voice and said, "No. Thank you for your help in the past." Back then, he was just the county chief of Meng County. He burned down the county chief's office in a rage. He didn't have a detailed plan. If Fu Wang hadn't secretly helped him, Meng Hun wouldn't have been able to escape Zhangzhou, let alone meet Zhang Pingji. Chapter 783. Facing Fu Wang's cold and distant attitude, Meng Hun didn't show any signs of anger. Instead, he smiled warmly and said, "Things are different now. General Meng Zhan thinks highly of you, so of course you won't remember the useless soldiers and crab generals you helped. I heard that you were the general guarding the Gemin Pass, so I volunteered to thank you for your help." Meng Hun spoke very sincerely, as if he had come all the way here just to thank Fu Wang. However, anyone with a normal brain would know that was impossible. In a situation where the two armies were enemies, even blood relatives had to avoid suspicion, let alone Meng Hun and Fu Wang. If Meng Hun really wanted to thank Fu Wang for his help, he could have done it at any other time. Why did he have to do it at such a sensitive time? Fu Wang sat lazily and casually, looking arrogant and rude. He didn't even look Meng Hun in the eye. "I will accept your thanks." At this moment, Fu Wang's gaze fell on Meng Hun. He glanced at him and saw that his attire was simple, without the slightest trace of extravagance. Thus, he said in a mocking tone, "Everyone says that a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Why is it that after Commandant Meng joined the family, you've become more and more destitute? Even if you came to thank me, you should at least bring some decent gifts. Why did you come empty-handed? If you can't live like this, you might as well abandon Lu Shi. If I beg the Lord, I might be able to take you under my command." At this time, Fu Wang's sharp eyes saw a piece of cloth flashing outside the door. His eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Who's sneaking around outside? Get the hell out here." After saying that, a ruthless look flashed across Fu Wang's face. He got up and strode out of the door. He raised his hand and dragged a person over. "General, please calm down." Fu Wang threw the person aside. The soldier was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly crawled over to beg for mercy. "Stupid thing, who asked you to eavesdrop here?" Fu Wang didn't listen to the soldier's explanation. He raised his foot and kicked the soldier's chest. The soldier screamed and spat out blood. He twitched twice and stopped moving. "Someone, drag him out." Fu Wang shouted towards the door. Not long after, the sound of armor rubbing against each other could be heard from outside. Two bodyguards came in. They weren't surprised at Fu Wang's habit of kicking people to death. One of them lifted his head and the other lifted his foot. They moved the body out. Meng Hun, who witnessed the whole process, was shocked. His eyes slightly twitched. Meng Hun sighed. "It seems that you have been in a bad situation these years. Someone has been watching you all the time, don't try to sow discord." Fu Wang was like an expert in changing faces. 1 second, he was furious, and the next, he seemed like he had killed someone. "Lu Shi sent you here, but he didn't want you to say such nonsense to me. I Don of you know me. If you came sincerely to thank me, we Don, and I have no. But if you come of me, we have a friendship." Meng Hun asked him, "What does the general want?" Meng of Meng. Fu Wang looked at Meng Hun provocatively and said in a contemptuous tone, "Otherwise, what will you use to persuade them to surrender?" Of Li is, of she, I can of Ling of you are. He has no power, no money, no sex. Hey, Lu Shi seems to have a beautiful woman by his side. Thinking of the woman he saw the other day, Fu Wang said, if Lu Shi is willing to part with her, I may consider it. As for whether they were willing to pledge allegiance or not, that was another matter. General, you must be joking. My master has strict discipline. Why would he have a beautiful woman by his side? If you are used to the delicacies of the land and sea and want to change your taste. Meng Hun's expression didn't change, and his eyes were sincere. As long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to my master, not to mention one peerless beauty, I will carefully look for 8 or 10 beauties for you. What do you think, General? Fu Wang said, what delicacies? Porridge and side dishes. I only have eyes for one woman. Does Lu Shi dare to give her to me? People say that Lu Shi is a fake man, but he is actually a woman. He has a woman by his side. Why is it not possible? That day, Lu Shi took my woman. Now if she gives her to me, I will let her go. What's wrong with this general opening the door for her? Fu Wang's words never left the topic of beauty, but his eyes were like a deep pool. They were dark and pure, without a trace of evil. In other words, Fu Wang's words were just to make things difficult and humiliate Jiang Pingji. When did the general become like this? Meng Hun understood the meaning behind his words and sighed. What? Looking at the big picture, Prince Changshou's throne was not obtained through the right means. The Mengs are helping him. How long do you think they can be arrogant? It's better to abandon the darkness and join the light. This general remembers General's elegant demeanor in the past, how heroic and far-sighted you were, how could you not see through all this? Abandon the darkness and join the light. In my opinion, Lu Shi is the darkness and my master is the light. Fu Wang's kindness to Meng Hun was not limited to that incident. They didn't talk much, but Meng Hun always remembered his kindness. He was originally a martial artist. It wasn't easy for him to make a name for himself under the Mangs. When he first met Fu Wang was much older than him, but he was more experienced and famous throughout Zhangzhou. At that time, Fu Wang's words pointed out Meng Hun's way out. If you only know how to play with swords and spears, you can only be a martial artist. No matter how hard one worked, a martial artist would still be a martial artist and would not be able to climb higher. If you have time, read more books on the art of war. Maybe you can become a general in the future. Even if Fu Wang said it casually, for Meng Hun at that time, it was like dispelling the clouds and showing him the light. Now there is no one outside. General, don't worry about our conversation being heard by a third party. Before Fu Wang's expression changed, Meng Hun said, back then, General was indebted to Chief Fu Qing. You two are like father and son. Now you are serving the Mangs. Are you really willing? Trying to sow discord again? Fu Wang asked Meng Hun. Do you think there is room to talk about feelings in front of two armies? Send the guest away. He shouted angrily to drive Meng Hun away. Before leaving the side hall, he looked fiercely at a certain place. Fu Wang did catch one eavesdropper, but it didn't mean there wasn't a second eavesdropper around. If some people were eavesdropping, he could do as he pleased and kill them as he pleased. However, some people couldn't move. Meng Hun was so familiar with them because he knew there was a third person in the hall. It looked like he was trying to establish a relationship and win over Fu Wang, but in fact, he was roasting him on the fire. Sowing dissension would work no matter what era it was. Chapter 784. Meng Hun was chased out by Fu Wang, and Jiang Pingji had secretly captured the spy from Wulong County. It was none other than the burly man who had woken up the day before. When the viewers in the streaming room saw the spy's true identity, they were all dumbfounded. Garlic Lobster Gafin, what a slap in the face. Earlier, I even said that I could feel his helplessness and misery even through the screen, that he was willing to die for his bosom friends. It's only been a day, and I've already been slapped in the face, and now he's telling me that I'm a spy. Shrimp meatballs, I'm also one of those who got slapped in the face. Yesterday, he was crying so miserably, and I thought he was an upright man. Today, he's telling me that he's the culprit behind the annihilation of the entire Wulong County. How is that possible? Secret Sauce Shirji fan, ha ha ha, I knew it. He's definitely not a good person. I didn't like him when I saw him crying so miserably yesterday. Sure enough, there was something fishy about him. Now that I think about it, the streamer seems to have been guarding against him. In all fairness, the spy's acting skills were off the charts. Even the best actors in the entertainment industry were at this level, so why didn't the streamer fall for it? Jiang Pingji naturally wouldn't fall for it. She had already known that the spy was acting. When two acting queens met, only the one with better acting skills could fool the one with worse acting skills. When it came to acting skills, who could compete with Jiang Pingji? The spy's identity was unexpected, and the viewers in the streaming room were all fooled. Even the spy himself didn't know what he had done. Why did you capture me? The burly man tried to break free, but a hand pressed down on his shoulders, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Jiang Pingji sneered at him. Why did we capture you? Shouldn't we be asking you this question? You should be asking the commander. How would I know? You dare say you don't know. If you don't know, how could the chief of Wulong County have died? How could he have been completely annihilated? The spy was able to maintain his composure at first, but as time passed, he couldn't suppress his guilt and fear. He didn't dare to look Jiang Pingji in the eye. It was as if there were needles hidden in the other party's eyes. Just a glance at them would cause one to feel a stabbing pain. The man's back was drenched in cold sweat, and his breathing became labored. I really don't know. Jiang Pingji glanced at the medic standing next to the burly man. The medic took out a cloth bag with a rope end sewn on it. This cloth bag was very wide and long, like a long belt. It could be wrapped around the waist or chest, and some coarse cloth could be tied on the outside to disguise it as a wrapped wound. Jiang Pingji sneered and asked, "You're so stubborn. Do you want me to torture you before you confess?" The evidence was right in front of them, but the other party still wanted to argue and struggle. What is this? Sleeping grass and cigar pollen are things that are mixed in with food. I've already asked the military doctor. These things have all been purified many times, and their medicinal power is extraordinary. If you're not a spy, why do you have these on you? Confess now, lest you suffer. The burly man's face paled. After a while, he said evasively, "Middle Minister's words are too serious. Where did you get the details? These things are mine, but what does that mean? Even if I'm a spy, what does this have to do with the Lieutenant General? Even if he was a spy, he had only harmed the forces in Wulong County. He hadn't harmed anyone else. You don't need to quibble. I know why you're wandering around in the day. Aren't you trying to find out more information so that you can make your move?" The burly man knew that his plan had been completely exposed, but he still didn't know why. Was his acting not good enough? Or did he make a mistake somewhere? Since when did the Lieutenant General suspect me? Jiang Pingji asked. I've suspected you ever since you woke up. The more you spoke, the more mistakes you made. The burly man's face stiffened. He never thought that Jiang Pingji would never trust him. Jiang Pingji continued, I had someone look into your identity. You're the Wulong County Chief's trusted aide, and you're also his wife's uncle. Logically speaking, you can't be a spy. But nothing is impossible in this world. Once you become a spy, no one will suspect you. Everyone is heavily injured, and even the young master, Kai Xiang, is injured. But your injuries are a little strange. They look scary, but they're not fatal. From the knife wounds, some of them were inflicted by others, but some of them were inflicted by yourself. That alone is enough to suspect your identity. I believe that you did this to lower the Wulong County Chief's guard so that he would hand over his son to you and his other trusted aides. Am I right? The most suspicious thing is that you've never eaten any food with added ingredients. Jiang Pingji laughed mockingly. You said that you were worried that the young master wouldn't have anything to eat, so you didn't eat any rations. But I had the medic secretly look at the food of the others, and the food you brought wasn't that scarce. You've been starving for a long time, and you're only willing to drink water. Can you explain that to me? To be honest, when the burly man said those words, it was indeed quite moving. In a few words, he portrayed himself as a loyal and devoted retainer. But Jiang Pingji wasn't someone who would be so easily deceived. The burly man's face was pale. He resisted the urge to clatter and asked, "Does the commander want to kill me?" Jiang Pingji said, "Of course not. If I wanted to kill you, would you still be alive? Let me ask you, what did the Mangs offer you?" The burly man hesitated for a moment, then accepted his fate and said, "After the deed is done, I'll be made a duke, given a fief, and promised a daughter and beauties. TSK, the offer is quite generous." Jiang Pingji said, "I don't know which is more important compared to your life, feudal vassals, feudal lands, daughters, and beauties. Have you ever thought about how you'll be able to maintain your position as a duke if all the elites in Wulong County are wiped out? How will you be able to protect your fief? As for the Mangs, they're just Prince Changshuo's lackeys. They still have to rely on them, so how will they give you a duke and land? How could you believe a person's words?" At that moment, the burly man was in a sorry state. His face had turned from pale to gray. Jiang Pingji smiled and continued, "You betrayed your old master and caused the death of your comrade. If word of this gets out, even if I spare your life, there will be no place for you in the whole wide world. Do you think the remnants of Wulong County will let you go?" Tens of thousands of soldiers had died because of his selfishness. Not only would those who were still alive not forgive him, but even the souls of the dead would demand his life. The burly man was so scared that he didn't dare make a sound. He was naturally afraid of death. As long as there was a chance of survival, he wouldn't seek death so easily. He could tell that Jiang Pingji had captured him and exposed his identity. Naturally, she had a use for him. As expected, "Men, bring the things up." As soon as Jiang Pingji finished speaking, the soldiers carried 2 large chests and opened them, revealing the gold, silver, and jewelry inside. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded him. The 2 chests were filled with gold, silver, precious gems, and pearls. He even saw several perfectly round pearls that were as wide as 2 fingers. They were incomparably precious. Chapter 785. Power and money had always been mutually beneficial. With money, you could buy power, and with power, you wouldn't have to worry about money. The man knew this very well, but he couldn't suppress the greed in his heart as he looked at the 2 big boxes in front of him. Sometimes, no matter how powerful you were, you couldn't get so much money. How could he not know that the Meng family's promise to him was too illusory? But he was too greedy and wanted everything. Driven by greed, he took risks out of desperation. When the chief of Wulong died in battle, he felt a little bit of regret, but it was just a little bit. Jiang Pingji raised her hand to close the boxes and interrupted the man's thoughts. She asked him again, "Do you know what's good for you, or do you not?" The man's heart sank, and he smiled bitterly. If I know what's good for me, I'll be able to keep my wealth for the rest of my life. If I don't think the commander will tolerate someone like me who killed my master. But, will the palace commander really keep his promise and not go back on his word? Jiang Pingji sneered. You trust the Mangs, and now you doubt me. The man knew that he had said something wrong, so he didn't dare to speak again. He had no room for negotiation in his current situation. He was like a fish on the chopping block. You can see what the Mangs are like if you keep your eyes open. Do you think the Mangs would dare to use you after you killed your master? Jiang Pingji's eyelids drooped slightly. Her pair of dark eyes seemed to be able to see through the man's soul, forcing the man to avert his eyes subconsciously. After a while, the man gritted his teeth and surrendered to Jiang Pingji. Apart from this path, he had no other choice. Jiang Pingji already knew his secret. If she revealed that he had betrayed the chief of Wulong, there would be no place for him in the world. He shuddered at the thought of that, so he had no choice but to cooperate with Jiang Pingji. Jiang Pingji wasn't afraid that he would play any tricks now that she had his weakness. Jiang Pingji didn't mind using some tricks to achieve her goal, but the viewers in the streaming room couldn't stand it. Many people were indignant. They felt that Jiang Pingji was asking a tiger for its skin. How could a traitor who betrayed his master and went back on his word have any credibility? Jiang Pingji cooperated with him. Wasn't she afraid that he would betray her and stab her in the back? Once unfaithful, 100 times not tolerated. Fairy Queen's Crimson, streamer, you better be careful. It'll be bad if this guy turns against you. Yamada Mia, in modern society, this thing can't be used. After all, everyone had their own ambitions. But before he left, he had colluded with outsiders to kill his boss. Moreover, the boss was the brother-in-law of the employee. This was simply intolerable. He was clearly a traitor. Zhuangxing Xiaoming, to put it in an extreme way, once disloyalty is tolerated 100 times. Although the host is broad-minded, not everyone has the right to be forgiven. This big man was obviously a traitor who pretended to be loyal. The anchor could not let her guard down, lest she failed miserably. The viewers in the live stream room expressed their worry. They knew that Jiang Pingji instigated the rebellion of the Burli Han dynasty for the sake of the overall situation, but they were still anxious and fearful that the other party would betray them. Jiang Pingji glanced coldly at the man kneeling on the ground and sent a bullet screen in her mind. Host V, I only said that it would be wise to keep him alive after the deed is done. I didn't say that I wouldn't settle the score later. Don't worry. Even if the Burli Han dynasty was instigated, Jiang Pingji would not trust him at all. She would take precautions against him. The viewers breathed a sigh of relief when they got the answer. For 2 consecutive days, the camp was quiet. Jiamen Pass also hung a "no war" sign. Both sides seemed to dislike each other. After Meng Hun returned, he reported the operation to Jiang Pingji. My lord, in my opinion, Fu Wang is not doing well under the Mangs. There should be room for him to defect. If they could recruit Fu Wang, it would be a great harvest. When Meng Hun thought of this, his gloomy mood suddenly improved. Without Fu Wang, the Mangs would suffer a great blow. What could make Meng Hun happier than making the Mangs suffer? Jiang Pingji did not comment. Fengzhen asked in detail, what do you mean? Meng Hun said, Fu Wang is surrounded by spies. When I saw him, not only were there people eavesdropping outside the hall, but there were also people hiding in the hall. They looked like Fu Wang's personal guards, but from Fu Wang's attitude towards them, it was obvious that he hated and feared them. Fengzhen shook his head. His wariness was not so easily dispelled. Officer Meng, what you see can sometimes be deceiving. To say the least, even if Fu Wang's situation is really bad and he is surrounded by spies, what reason does he have to betray the Meng family and seek refuge with the Lord when the Meng family indulges him so much? As mentioned before, Fu Wang had caused trouble for the Mengs, but the Mengs had always granted him whatever he wanted. If Fu Wang defected to Jiang Pingji, could Jiang Pingji satisfy all of his demands? In other words, Fu Wang had a reason to defect, but he had no reason to defect to Jiang Pingji. Hearing this, Meng Han broke out in a cold sweat. His mind cleared up. "Counselor, what do you mean?" Fengzhen shook his head and said, "If Officer Meng really thinks he can win Fu Wang over and secretly instigate him, he might fall into his trap." Meng Han immediately apologized for his rash actions. Jiang Pingji raised her hand to signal him to stand up. She said calmly, "You can't be blamed for this. Zi Shi only mentioned one of the possibilities. But from this, it seems that Fu Wang is not an ordinary person. You can't let your guard down. When two armies fight, there is no mercy. It's not only a battle of strength, but also a battle of wits. If Fu Wang was an ordinary brute, the Mengs wouldn't have tolerated him until now. It's always good to be more cautious." Meng Han listened and nodded to show that he understood. But he still felt it was a pity. If he could win over Fu Wang, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for his lord. One Fu Wang was nothing. The key was the elites under his command. Meng Han was a little envious. Wanzhou not only lacked civil officials but also military generals. Poaching Fu Wang and getting a few thousand elites at the same time was a very good deal. Jiang Pingji said, "In the next few days, send people to Jiamen Pass for all kinds of reasons. Since you and Fu Wang are friends, we can use this as an excuse to build a relationship. Even if we don't disgust Fu Wang, we must make the Mengs wary of him. If he doesn't have a good time, we can do it smoothly. If he shows that he wants to join us, we can just go along with it and confuse him. We can make him lower his guard." The possibility of making a famous general lower his guard was too low. As long as we confuse him for a while and make him lower his guard, Jiang Pingji would win. Chapter 786. For the next few days, Jiang Pingji's camp remained quiet. If it weren't for the soldiers on the wall and Jiang Pingji's messengers reporting daily, Fu Wang would have suspected that the enemy had escaped. At noon, Jiang Pingji's messengers would appear outside Jiamen Pass. They were more punctual than menstruation. At first, Fu Wang wanted to play with them, but as time went by, not only did he get annoyed, but his lieutenants also became suspicious. Fu Wang had several lieutenants working for him. Except for 3 of them, the rest were spies of the Mengs. As the days went by, the spies began to question Fu Wang's inaction. When will the general make his move? Seeing the days go by, the lieutenants who were tasked with monitoring Jiang Pingji couldn't wait any longer. Fu Wang feasted with the soldiers every day and arranged for beauties to sing and dance for fun. It was as if he didn't know that there were 30,000 enemies outside Jiamen Pass. "What's the hurry? I have my own plan. Don't ruin my mood." Fu Wang was about to put down the empty wine jar when the lieutenant stepped forward to speak. Fu Wang was furious and threw the jar at the man's feet. "Get out of here." The deputy general suppressed the anger and humiliation in his heart before retreating unwillingly. Everyone left on bad terms. Just then, the messenger came back with news that Lu Shi's messengers had arrived. It was the same for 7 days. Both sides seemed calm, but in fact, there was an undercurrent of tension. Fu Wang waited until Jiang Pingji let down her guard before he sent someone to contact the spy. The spy was the one he had caught earlier. If it weren't for Jiang Pingji, who would have thought that the Wulong County forces, who were like stray dogs, would have hidden such a thing? After carefully reading the secret code and understanding the situation in Jiang Pingji's camp, Fu Wang quickly received the news. He furrowed his brows and drummed his fingers on the table. There was no sign that he was angry like he was during the day. Lu Shi really didn't do anything. He found it hard to believe. 30,000 soldiers were stationed outside Jiamen Pass. They didn't attack, nor did they escape. What was Lu Shi trying to do? The spy in charge of communication also said, "It's strange. Is Lu Shi trying to buy time until the pass runs out of ammunition?" Fu Wang laughed inwardly. This guess was simply a joke. Both sides were stalling for time. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for Lu Shi. Jiamen Pass had a steady stream of supplies, but Lu Shi's rations were running out every day. She was the one who couldn't afford to waste time. However, it wasn't a good idea to continue delaying. Neither side made a move, so there was no way they could fight. The spy said, "General, Lu Shi has been sending people to curry favor with you these days. This is clearly a disgusting move." There are already rumors going around in Jiamen Pass. Many soldiers believe that General has accepted Lu Shi's conditions and wants to submit to him. 3 people make a tiger. When a rumor is repeated by many people, people will treat it as the truth. Fu Wang's position in the Mengs was awkward, and he had many spies around him. These spies had been unhappy with him for a long time. If the rumors were allowed to grow, the enemy wouldn't even need to act. Just these voices alone would be enough to kill Fu Wang. Don't be anxious. The more anxious we are, the easier it is for us to fall into the other party's trap. Fu Wang said calmly, "What do you think Lu Shi, a woman, relied on to get to where she is today? If she was really a good-for-nothing, how could she make so many heroes bow down to her and serve her? We have to be patient and wait for the right time. Once we make a move, we have to choke her by the throat." Fu Wang was a child raised by wolves. It was his instinct to kill the enemy with one blow. Before he made a move, he would suppress his anxiety and not be easily swayed by his emotions. The spy said, "General, in that case, should we keep an eye on Lu Shi's every move? If anything happens?" Fu Wang shook his head and said, "No, the deeper the spy is, the harder it is for Lu Shi to find out. The more we contact him, the more likely it is for Lu Shi to find out. Once exposed, not only will this pawn be useless, but we will also be in a passive position. The key pawn must be used in the most critical position." "Yes, General." Fu Wang rubbed his eyebrows and said tiredly, "You can leave now." There was no one in the room. Fu Wang unrolled the scroll on the side of the table. It was a painting of a gorgeous woman. He touched the painting with his rough fingers and a magical power seemed to relax his furrowed eyebrows. The woman in the painting was the only one in many years who had fallen into his arms, only to be snatched away right in front of him. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, several tunnels leading out of the camp had been dug. Under the watchful eyes of the guards at Jiamen Pass, Jiang Pingji transported a large amount of flammable wood and hid them in the tents. Everything was done in an orderly manner. There are many rumors in Jiamen Pass. Many people believe that Fu Wang intends to surrender. It's about time. Yang Si gazed in the direction of Jiamen Pass. His calm eyes seemed to be surging. "We're almost ready, but there's no movement from Jiamen Pass. This Fu Wang is really patient. He's trying to stall for time with us. If we fight for time, I'm afraid we can't afford it. My lord, why don't we add fuel to the fire and force Fu Wang to make a move?" Jiang Pingji asked, "Add fuel? How?" Fu Wang has mentioned beauty several times. "Why don't we? You want Hui Jun to use a honey trap?" Jiang Pingji frowned and said decisively, "No. She would rather stall for a few more days than do that. She understood what Yang Si meant. If they were going to use a honey trap, who would be the most beautiful? Fu Wang had mentioned Hui Jun many times. Who else would be more suitable than Hui Jun? Yang Si opened his mouth but did not insist. Even so, Hui Jun was not a naive girl who lived in seclusion. For 7 or 8 days, there was a lot of activity in the tent. She naturally noticed that something was wrong. Because she was with the army, she made herself look more ordinary. She did not stand out among the medics. The only thing different about her was that she did not sleep in the same bunk as the other medics. Instead, she slept near the main tent. Lang Jun. I heard that the general in charge of Jumen Pass is called Fu Wang. Jiang Pingji did not restrain herself, and Hui Jun had some understanding of the political and military affairs outside. Yes. Hui Jun bit her lip and said, I heard that Fu Wang likes beauties. Jiang Pingji suddenly opened her eyes. Hui Jun almost jumped out of her skin. Who told you this? Hui Jun calmed herself down and whispered, I heard it from the wounded soldiers in Wulong County. Jiang Pingji pursed her lips. What a bunch of gossips. They're seriously injured, but they still won't stop. Hui Jun was amused and helpless. Chapter 787. You don't have to sacrifice yourself like this. Jiang Pingji wanted to say, I don't have to, but thinking about Hui Jun's feelings, she swallowed the word back into her stomach. She said, the situation is still under control. I know what I'm doing. You don't have to think too much. Hui Jun's expression was slightly gloomy. Her brows were furrowed. Not only would men be reluctant to see her go, even women would feel pity for her. But Lang Jun. Other than that, I don't know what else I can do for you. After Jiang Pingji's rejection, Hui Jun seemed to be deflated and dispirited. She said softly, Lang Jun once said that you don't take care of useless people. I've been living like a princess all these years, and I don't even know how to take care of people. If I were in the casualty camp, even the most ordinary medical soldier would be more agile and capable than me. Thinking about it carefully, my skin and flesh seems so lowly, as if I can only sell myself for a living. At the end of her speech, Hui Jun's voice even sounded a little choked and embarrassed. For Hui Jun, her past was a wound so deep that her bones could be seen. Her skin and flesh had already rotted and had maggots. Even if she used the best rouge and face powder to cover it up, the stench and pain still followed her like a shadow. She could deceive the eyes of others, but she couldn't deceive herself. Silly girl. Jiang Pingji sighed slightly. Even if you're just an idle person, I see you as my sister. Even if you don't do anything and just act as a rich and idle person, I can still afford to take care of you. So what if it's your past? With me around, who dares to say a word about it? A person couldn't be bound by the past. She admired and felt sorry for Hui Jun. Naturally, she hoped that she could focus on the future. Jiang Pingji thought that Hui Jun was getting into a dead end because of her identity, so she said, if someone makes irresponsible remarks, let that person come to me. When we return to Wanzhou, I'll get someone to arrange a new identity for you. At that time, you can set up your own household and be your own master. Hui Jun, who was originally sad, suddenly burst into laughter. She was amused by Jiang Pingji's words, but the latter didn't know what had happened. Although they were both women, Jiang Pingji's brain was fundamentally different from that of a normal person. Naturally, she wasn't as meticulous as Hui Jun. She could understand why Hui Jun was sad, but she couldn't understand why Hui Jun would suddenly laugh. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Jiang Pingji suddenly remembered what the audience in the streaming room had said. She thought about it and felt that something was wrong. He felt that he had excluded himself from the category of women. Lang Jun, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to do my best for you. At this point, Hui Jun bit her full lower lip and said hesitantly, I'm not very knowledgeable, but I do know that the logistics are lacking now. Continuing to delay will only bring harm to Lang Jun. The general in charge of the Jiamen Gate Pass is a lustful man. Lang Jun only needs to let me show myself in front of him. Even if I can't seduce him, I can at least make his soldiers suspicious of me. Once the army is not united, their combat power will be affected. This is very beneficial to us. Jiang Pingji frowned. She still didn't approve of it. It's too dangerous. There's no need. Lang Jun. Hui Jun plucked up her courage and grabbed Ji Yunchu's sleeve. Her tone carried the coquettish tone of a woman. Please allow this concubine. Jiang Pingji was indifferent. Her eyelids drooped. Her words left no room for negotiation. No means no. Hui Jun was a little discouraged, but she knew that Jiang Pingji was cold on the outside and soft-hearted on the inside. She might agree to this kind of thing if she was tortured a little more. Why not? After all, she had volunteered. Jiang Pingji said, even though Captain Meng said that Fu Wang is a good man, a general on the battlefield and a man in daily life are two completely different concepts. The latter will show mercy out of kindness, but the former will only consider the overall situation. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is heartless. Even if you are his wife or concubine, he will not be soft-hearted when he needs to sacrifice you, let alone a woman sent by the enemy. You have read a lot of unofficial history of the previous dynasty. The ancestor of the Mangs, Meng Jing, was known as the White Dragon among men. In order to boost the morale of the defeated soldiers, he personally killed his concubines and used their flesh to cook food. Isn't this heartless enough? He is the god of war that history praises. Huijuan's face turned pale. She knew what Jiang Pingji was worried about. As expected, if Fu Wang is a little more ruthless and kills you personally in order to stabilize the morale of the army and gain the trust of others, what will happen then? Beauty is indeed a weapon, but I hope that it can protect you and not become a double-edged sword that hurts you. You don't have to say anything more about this, I won't agree to it. Hui Jun had no choice but to run into a wall with Jiang Pingji. The next day, she was about to go to the barracks when she coincidentally ran into Feng Zhen, who was feeling uneasy because of his alcohol addiction. Based on Feng Zhen's years of experience with women, he had long discovered that Huijuan's appearance was fake. Under her plain and unadorned appearance, she must be a peerless beauty. However, she stayed by his lord's side. Feng Zhen could only admire her from afar and guess at her true appearance. He didn't dare to flirt with her. What's wrong with you, Lady Hui? Feng Zhen saw that she had a troubled look on her face and couldn't help but ask. Who would dare to bully someone under his lord's protection? Hui Jun was immersed in her own thoughts when she heard someone call her. Her heart skipped a beat and she suddenly woke up. Good morning, Mr. Feng. She was still dressed like an ordinary soldier. Seeing Feng Zhen walk 2 steps closer, Huijuan's expression became more flustered. Feng Zhen frowned. He became more cautious and suspicious. Staying in this barracks, with the Lord's protection, who could make Hui Jun show an expression of unease? Did Lady Hui run into some trouble? Feng Zhen asked. Hui Jun thought about it and looked around. Her eyes signaled for Feng Zhen to step aside and talk. She told him about her worries, which made Feng Zhen look at her in surprise. Mr. Feng. Feng Zhen came back to his senses and said, Lady Hui's worries are not without reason. Using beauty to sow discord is indeed a solution. Jiamen Pass was abuzz with discussion. Everyone said that Fu Wang wanted to pledge allegiance to the Lord. If a peerless beauty appeared now, even if Fu Wang had a mouth full of mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. However, Lady Hui, think carefully. If you do that, not only will you be at a disadvantage, but your life will also be in danger. In order to eliminate rumors, the best way was to kill the beauty who offered herself to him. From what Fu Wang had done in the past, he was quite ruthless. It was not impossible for him to destroy a beauty. Hui Jun gritted her teeth and said, "If I can share Lang Jun's worries, I am willing to do it. Please advise me on how to get Lang Jun to agree." Feng Zhen's expression became even more strange. He sighed and said, "Femme fatale." Hui Jun's expression froze. He hurriedly added, "I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the Lord." Being able to make a good little girl sacrifice herself like this was more terrifying than femme fatale. "Lady Hui, come forward and talk. You only need to say this to the Lord." Chapter 788. Although Feng Zhen's style of doing things was unreliable, his brain was still reliable. Hui Jun did as he was told. Jiang Pingji sighed and agreed. One day, the messenger from outside Jiamen Pass arrived. Fu Wang was about to ignore him when Fu Wang's mood plummeted as he looked at Meng Hun's bearded face. However, the messenger today was different. It wasn't Meng Hun. Fu Wang heard the messenger's report. Before he could say anything, the deputy general next to him mocked, "I heard that Lu Shi created a women's camp. Marching and fighting are obviously men's work. Why would he bring women to the battlefield? In my opinion, the so-called women's camp is full of tricks. They say they are soldiers who can fight, but who knows what kind of people they are. Now he even sent women as messengers." As soon as the deputy general spoke, the others all showed expressions of agreement. Women should not go to the battlefield. Women on the battlefield were not decent women. Since ancient times, there had been no women in military camps. The women referred to the wives and concubines of the soldiers, who would bring their wives to war. As for prostitutes, they were not considered women in the eyes of the soldiers. They were just female animals. Fu Wang frowned. He had a rough idea of the identity of the messenger. "Messenger, please wait in the side hall. I will go there now." Hui Jun was wearing a thick bamboo hat that covered her face that could bring disaster to a country and cause suffering to the people. Fu Wang saw the woman's figure and confirmed her identity. She was indeed the woman from the other day. "How should I address you?" Fu Wang asked hypocritically. "Her Majesty the Empress." Hui Jun lifted the thick white curtain. She sat upright on the right side and bowed to Fu Wang. "General, that's interesting. His Majesty is still very young. He is not even 20 years old. He is not married yet. How can there be an Empress?" Fu Wang's dark eyes stared straight at Hui Jun, and he saw that there was a trace of astonishment in her eyes. He had guessed Hui Jun's identity, but she did not know that the general was Fu Wang, the commander of Jiamen Pass. After a moment of shock, she felt some hatred in her heart. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Fu Wang's hands, and she calmed herself down. That day, it was this person who had almost killed Lang Jun with an arrow in the back. Although only her arm was injured in the end, Hui Jun applied medicine on Jiang Pingji's arm for 3 days. She kept this in mind. Fu Wang corrected himself, "The late Empress. That Lu Shi sure is daring to hide you." As the saying goes, the death of a man is like the extinguishing of a lamp. No matter how absurd the emperor was when he was still alive, or how many wrongs he had committed, he was already dead. How could he be held accountable? Under the manipulation of the royal family, the previous emperor was still in the wrong, but his mistake was because of the beauty of the enchantress. It was an objective mistake, but a subjective mistake. Part of the blame was pushed to Hui Jun, calling her a demoness who brought disaster to the country. However, Hui Jun could not acknowledge this identity. She only smiled modestly. Rumor has it that the late Empress was a beauty of her generation. How can a firefly's light compete with the moon's brilliance? General's words, I will take it as a compliment. Fu Wang did not have any concrete evidence in his hands, so there was no point in continuing to dwell on this issue. He said, Lu Shirong, how should I address this lady? My humble name is Hui Jun. Fu Wang said, what is Lu Shi's purpose in asking Lady Hui to come here? Hui Jun said calmly, I heard rumors in Jiamen Pass that you have the intention to pledge allegiance to my lord. Fu Wang's eyebrows twitched, but his expression did not change. He said, Lady Hui must be joking. I am loyal to my lord. Why would I betray him so easily? Considering that Lady Hui is a woman, I will pretend that I did not hear what you said just now. Although he said that, his eyes were glued to Hui Jun, as if he was attracted by her appearance. However, Hui Jun was used to seeing all kinds of looks. Fu Wang's acting skills could not fool her. General, I am relieved to hear that. Hui Jun smiled sweetly, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be shining. My lord was also shocked when he first heard this news. My lord also said that she admires you as an upright man. You have pledged allegiance to the Mangs, which is really casting pearls before swine. If it were not for the fact that we are in the middle of a war, I might be able to become your confidant. It's better for General to clarify this kind of rumor as soon as possible, lest the soldiers under your command become uneasy and hurt General's prestige. Fu Wang's smile was a little forced. Not to mention that he did not have the intention to kill, even if he did, he could not kill Hui Jun after she said that last sentence. If he killed her, it would be even more obvious. Thank you for your concern, Lady Hui. Fu Wang asked again, other than that, is there anything else, Magistrate Lu? Lu Shi and Jiang Pingji were both magistrates, but the one who came forward was the latter. Lu Shi was still hiding behind the scenes, so his presence was weak. This Magistrate Lu was naturally referring to Jiang Pingji. Hui Jun frowned, like a frowning Shizi when she held her heart. My lord does not have any other instructions, but I do have one thing, I wonder if the general, Fu Wang said, just say it, Lady Hui. Ever since that day, I have been longing for the general. Now that I have met you, it is even more. Hui Jun's cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes were moist. She said shyly and timidly, it is just that I know my limits, and I dare not tarnish the general's illustrious reputation with my dirty body. Fu Wang's heart beat even faster, and he could not control his eyelids. Being confessed to by such a beauty, even Fu Wang's heart swayed a little, but he quickly steadied his mind. Lust was like a knife above the head. Although the flower in front of him was the most beautiful in the world, it was not only thorny, but also poisonous. He could not touch it. Lady Hui, are you recommending yourself to sleep with me? Fu Wang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that it was impossible, but his eyes did not let go of the opportunity to admire her. Hui Jun raised her sleeve to cover her lips and smiled. How could that be? Could it be that in the general's eyes, a woman expressing her feelings is recommending herself to sleep with you? It is just an ordinary love, and it is not necessary to obtain it. Looking at the general's handsome appearance, have you ever received the love of a woman before? In other words, she was all about flirting and not marrying. She was only responsible for fanning the flames and extinguishing the flames as she saw fit. Fu Wang felt a little awkward. In layman's terms, how could he not feel awkward when someone was talking about feelings and his mind went blank for a moment? Hui Jun's appearance was beyond Fu Wang's expectations, but she only came to take a look and then left. Although she left behind the legend of a peerless beauty. Fu Wang's confidant saw this and asked worriedly, "General, do we need to stop the rumors?" "Not for now. Isn't this what Lu Shi wants to see?" Fu Wang closed his eyes and said, "How are the preparations for the chess piece?" "We received news not long ago that the preparations are almost complete." Lu Shi has not noticed anything. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, this chess piece was indeed buried very deeply. Who would have thought that the confidant of the late Wulong County chief was their spy? For the next 2 days, Hui Jun took over Meng Hun's harassment work. Every day, she would come to Jiamen Pass for 2 hours before leaving. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. Not only did the Meng family spy completely suspect Fu Wang, even his confidant could not sit still. "General, what are you?" Chapter 789. Fu Wang raised his eyebrows in the face of his confidant's doubts. He looked majestic, as if he was looking down on all living things. "What's wrong?" The confidant wanted to ask his general if he had really fallen in love with a woman. But when his eyes met with Fu Wang's, he couldn't ask any more questions. Although it was said that the general liked beauties, he knew that Fu Wang wasn't a real lecher. So the confidant swallowed the words he was about to say and changed his words. "General, if you don't do anything, Jiamen Pass is going to be in chaos." Fu Wang's confidant furrowed his thick black eyebrows. He looked fierce and worried. "You know, Meng Zhan is a suspicious old fox. He has never trusted you for years. He has planted a lot of spies around you. If you do anything, those spies will definitely do something bad to you." Fu Wang waved his hand and said carelessly, "I know about it. Those despicable people have been jealous of me for a long time. It's funny that those idiots are so useless. They have no talent except for jealousy. Meng Zhan would rather put me in an important position than give them a high position. If there were talented people under his command, Meng Zhan wouldn't have tolerated Fu Wang's bad temper. Fu Wang knew that, which was why he dared to do this. He knew that as long as he didn't betray the Mengs, no matter what he did, the Mengs would tolerate it. Every time he thought of Meng Zhan's sullen face, he felt extremely happy. That day, Hui Jun came to visit as usual. Along the way, the intense hostility in her surroundings made her heart tighten. These gazes were mixed with undisguised covetousness and possessiveness. She was still smiling when she saw Fu Wang, as if she wasn't disturbed. "General, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Fu Wang said calmly, "Lady Hui Jun, just say it. In the next few days, you should be careful of the despicable people." Hui Jun looked at Fu Wang with her beautiful eyes. She said in a joking tone, "I don't want you to be suspicious, so I don't dare to say more. But in history, many famous generals were destroyed by despicable people. It's a pity. I'm watching coldly. General's vice-general seems to be disloyal. I'm afraid he will hurt you." This was a blatant provocation, but it was also the truth. Fu Wang's eyes moved and he said calmly, "Thank you for your concern, Lady Hui. I appreciate it." He had the intention to let outsiders see the internal discord and use it to confuse Jiang Pingji so that she would let down her guard. It was just that Fu Wang did not expect the old man to be so cunning. His arrangements were all within Jiang Pingji's expectations. The atmosphere in Jiamen Pass was getting more and more intense. It seemed that Fu Wang was really going to follow the beauty and surrender to the enemy. Jiang Pingji heard the spy's report. Fu Wang was preparing to strike at midnight the next day. Everyone in the tent rubbed their fists, eager to get into action. They couldn't wait to rush to Jiamen Pass. In the past half a month, they could only watch the Jiamen Pass unwillingly. Every day, they could only vent their excess energy by training. Now, he could finally go all out. Among the generals, Dian Yan was the calmest. Li Yun, the little angel, and Meng Hun couldn't contain their joy. In order to quickly accumulate military merits, the former was eager to fight every day. Without military merits, how could he marry the sweetheart of a noble family? Meng Hun, on the other hand, had been suppressing his anger for the past few days because he could finally demand payment from the Mengs. They looked at Jiang Pingji, waiting for their lord to assign them their tasks. This Fu Wang is really patient. He waited for almost half a month before making his move. Feng Zhen calculated the time in his mind and sneered. Tomorrow is the new moon, the darkest day of the month. Fu Wang has been thinking about this for a long time. If they hadn't seen through Fu Wang's plan so quickly, they might have really let down their guard after half a month. Furthermore, Fu Wang had spies in Wulong County. If they worked together, they might really end up like the chief of Wulong. No matter how carefully he thought about it, once his plan is seen through, all his arrangements will be for naught. If the night attack was seen through, even a real god of war would be at a disadvantage, let alone Fu Wang. Jiang Pingji lowered her eyes and said, "Don't be careless. We have to be cautious." Even if victory was in their grasp, they couldn't be arrogant, not to mention that they had only foreseen their opponent's plans. The final outcome hadn't been decided yet. An arrogant army would be defeated. She always remembered these 4 words. Li Yun suddenly thought of something and asked Jiang Pingji, "My lord, if we make our move tomorrow night, then Lady Hui," in fact, Jiang Pingji didn't want Hui Jun to go to Jiamen Pass tomorrow. It was too risky. Now that they were at the end of the tunnel, Fu Wang might go all out and detain Hui Jun. If that happened, Jiang Pingji wouldn't be able to help. But Hui Jun had been there for several days. If she didn't go tomorrow, it was hard to guarantee that Fu Wang wouldn't be suspicious. Once he became suspicious, it would alert the enemy and all their previous efforts would be in vain. Hui Jun was sensible and took the initiative to say to Jiang Pingji, "Of course we will do it tomorrow, or Fu Wang will definitely be suspicious." Jiang Pingji pursed her lips and furrowed her handsome brows. "I have an idea." She glanced at everyone in the tent. Seeing her eyes, Yang Si and Feng Zhen instinctively had a bad feeling. "Tomorrow, I will disguise myself as an ordinary guard and sneak into Jiamen Pass with Hui Jun. I will support you from the inside." Feng Zhen suppressed his impulsive thoughts. Why did his lord always like to take risks? She went wherever there was danger. But my lord, if she had to take the risk, Feng Zhen would rather choose someone else. Jiang Pingji said, "Don't worry, Zisher. I dare to do this because I have confidence. Everything is more important than the big picture." Facing Jiang Pingji, Feng Zhen knew that he had no choice but to compromise. At this moment, he missed the people in Wanzhou. If they were there, they might be able to stop his lord from courting death. Yang Si said, "My lord has made up her mind, so we can't stop her. If things go south, my lord, you should prioritize your own safety. Tomorrow night, Fu Wang will definitely sneak out of the pass with his elite troops. This is also when the defense at Jiamen Pass is at its weakest. We can split up our forces and send one group to wait for Fu Wang and his men to walk into the trap. The other group will take advantage of the night to sneak around and break through the pass. If my lord can make trouble in Jiamen Pass, make them panic, it will be easy to break through the pass." By the time Fu Wang returned, they would have already broken through Jiamen Pass and escaped without a trace. Her strategists had already taken a step back, so Jiang Pingji couldn't challenge their bottom line. Otherwise, they would be furious. Chapter 790. On the first day of the new moon, dark clouds covered the sky. There was no moonlight at all. Whether it was Jiang Pingji's camp or Jiamen Pass, both sides were filled with tension. The smell of gunpowder was strong. Fu Wang's expression suddenly changed when he heard the news of Huijuan's arrival. The two deputies looked at each other. They had almost forgotten about this woman. One of the deputies said, "General, if that woman sees the movements in the pass, once Lu Shi is on guard," another added. "Yes, for the sake of the bigger picture, we can't let her go." Fu Wang wanted to chase Huijun out so that she wouldn't see something she shouldn't see. Not only would it ruin his plan, but it would also bring her death. However, the deputy general had already spoken. Fu Wang couldn't show his selfishness. He said, "I know what I'm doing." Huijun was brought to the side hall. Even though her face under the heavy curtains was cold, she still calmed herself down. "General, it's only been a day. Why do you look so pale?" Huijun smiled naturally, as if she didn't notice the unusual atmosphere in Jiamen Pass. She took small steps forward and was only a few feet away from Fu Wang. He could even smell her body fragrance. Fu Wang looked at Huijun seriously. His dark eyes were filled with undisguised strong emotions. "My soldiers are disobedient. It's a little tiring. I'm not feeling well today. I've made a fool of myself in front of you." Huijuan's heart tightened when she heard how Fu Wang addressed her. She didn't know if he did it intentionally or unintentionally. "I've told you before that some of your subordinates have ulterior motives. Could it be that they are the ones causing trouble and bringing trouble to the general?" Huijun listened attentively. She wasn't an innocent girl. Fu Wang's gaze at her today was very strange. Her heart skipped a beat, and the look in her eyes changed. She looked at Fu Wang with deep concern. Fu Wang leaned slightly and asked her, "Are you worried about me, Lady Hui?" I've said before that I've admired you for a long time." Huijun nodded shyly. She wasn't overly innocent, but she didn't seem to be fawning either. It tickled Fu Wang's heart. She was trying to seduce him. Xian Mu. Fu Wang took the opportunity to catch Huijuan's outstretched hand. It felt warm and smooth to the touch. There was an indescribable feeling, as if a feather had touched the softest part of his heart. "Please speak frankly, Lady Hui. I am but a boorish person, it is inevitable that I will misunderstand." Huijun secretly wanted to withdraw her hand, but the other party's palm was like an iron hoop. She couldn't move at all. The general is mighty and extraordinary. As long as it's a woman, which woman wouldn't like him? Do you really want me to say it out loud? Towards the end, her tone had a sweet and numbing tone, which shocked Fu Wang so much that he almost couldn't hold her hand. Even though he knew that Huijun was lying, Fu Wang was still very happy. Apart from Jiang Pingji and the system, no one else knew that Huijun was capable of seduction. The so-called charm art was not just mind control in the ordinary sense. It was a very high-level mind interference that ordinary people would not be able to resist. Even Huijun herself didn't know much about it. She only knew that others were easily influenced by her, but she didn't know the specifics. Fu Wang laughed bitterly, and his mind became clearer. He said, "Everyone says that the home of a gentlewoman is the grave of a hero. I used to scoff at it, but now I understand that I'm too inexperienced. If the home of a gentlewoman is Huinyangzi, few men in the world can resist it." Huijun asked with a smile. Her delicate body softened and she leaned against his chest. She asked meaningfully, "To me, this is probably the most touching words of love. I wonder if the general is in the majority of men's group, or the few men group." The tip of his nose sniffed the fragrant body fragrance. It was sweet but not greasy, and it stirred up his feelings. He secretly glanced at the sky outside, smiled, and carried her horizontally, causing her to cry out in surprise. In front of Huinyangzi, Fu Jingtu is just an ordinary man. Fu Wang, whose courtesy name was Xingtu, was given to him by Fu Yang when he was still alive. Apart from a few confidants, few people knew about it. On the other side, the guards who followed Hui Jun into the pass were all settled in a remote place. There was a stable nearby, and the smell was very strong. Jiang Pingji was disguised as an ordinary guard. Along the way, she smelled a different kind of tension. "My lord, what do we do now?" Li Yin lowered his head and asked Jiang Pingji in a low voice. Yes, Li Yin had also snuck in. Now he had a heavy responsibility. Not only did he have to think of a way to cause trouble in Jiamen Pass, but he also had to protect Jiang Pingji. Sigh, if his lord was hurt, he could imagine the sinister smiles of the men in his mind. Looking at the situation, they want to detain us so that we can't leak any information to the outside world. That's just what we want. If Fu Wang didn't intend to detain them, Jiang Pingji would have to worry about how to justifiably stay in Jiamen Pass. The night was deep, and there was not a trace of moonlight in the sky. It was pitch black as far as the eye could see, as if a ferocious beast was hibernating in the depths. I'm only worried about Hui Jun now. Fu Wang is still trustworthy. He thinks that he has victory in his grasp, so he won't kill Hui Jun to raise the morale of the troops. But it's hard to guarantee that the people around him won't think they're smart. Jiang Pingji frowned. She couldn't rule out that possibility. Li Yun comforted her. Lady Hui is smart. She'll definitely be safe and sound. Jiang Pingji smiled. She's really smart. In the void, there was the sun in her heart. Because of this, Jiang Pingji cared for her and took care of her. But Jiang Pingji didn't expect that a woman's mind was really hard to guess. Even she didn't expect that Hui Jun would quietly do something so big. She gave him a taste of his own medicine and ruthlessly tricked Fu Wang. She really didn't know whether Fu Wang was a man or a wolf. How could the love between a man and a woman be like that? He almost swallowed her whole. When she took a breath and her mind gradually became clear, Hui Jun took a deep breath, and her eyes were sharp. The seat next to her was already cold, and Fu Wang was nowhere to be seen. Hui Jun raised her hand to touch her aching neck, collarbone, and full lips. She spat softly. Her voice was hoarse. Serves you right. She added a lot of purified sleeping grass powder to the makeup on her skin and lips. Most of it went into Fu Wang's stomach. He was a man, so how could he taste all kinds of makeup? It wasn't wrong for him to let down his guard against women, especially beautiful women. If Fu Wang dared to do this, he shouldn't blame her for retaliating. Since he planned to use sleeping grass to trick the Lord, he shouldn't blame her for returning the favor. She moved her body slightly and felt a throbbing pain in her private parts. Hui Jun couldn't help but think. Chapter 791. General, everything is ready. Let's go. Fu Wang's trusted deputy came over in full armor. He cupped his fists and reported the situation to Fu Wang. In the dim light, Fu Wang could vaguely see the joy on Fu Wang's face. General, we will definitely capture Lu Shi alive this time and use the truth to shut the mouths of those despicable people. I'm sure they won't dare to suspect you again. Fu Wang was a little lost in thought. Hearing the deputy's relieved tone, he laughed and said, so what if they doubt me? He hated to be schemed by scoundrels. Those people had no other ability but jealousy. But it didn't mean that he was loyal to the Mangs. In fact, except for Fu Yang, his former lord and adoptive father, Fu Wang had never regarded the Mangs as a serious superior. Those scoundrels suspected that he was not loyal to the Mangs. However, disloyalty didn't mean betrayal. The Mangs offered was quite generous, and Fu Wang had no intention of jumping ship. His trusted lieutenant smiled and echoed, indeed, it's nothing, but a fly bothers people. For Fu Wang and his trusted subordinates, the Meng's planted informants were annoying flies. Fu Wang looked up at the sky with a rather soft expression. He said, "At midnight, the army will set off." There was still some time before the time to take action. The trusted deputy had nothing to do, so he asked curiously, "General, what good things have happened to you recently? Why are you so happy?" A few days ago, he was still gloomy, but today he seemed to have swept away the haze and looked quite happy. In normal times, Fu Wang would definitely avoid answering. Probably because he grew up in a wolf pack, Fu Wang had a strong desire to possess the people and things he liked. If the situation allowed it, he even had the urge to hide them so tightly that the wind and rain from the outside world would not be able to touch them. Even when he really entered the normal society, this bad habit hadn't been completely corrected. In recent years, the situation was much better. At least there wouldn't be such an embarrassing thing as a general always digging a hole to hide treasures under the mattress. He has his eyes on a woman. The trusted assistant general gave a dull "oh" sound. He swept his eyes over his general with a strange expression. It was clear that he didn't have high hopes for this outcome. The general was interested in the wife, but the wife might not be interested in his own general. Fu Wang's expression darkened as he asked, "What's with your expression? Have you forgotten about the ladies of the fragrant house, General?" The assistant general asked gently. Fu Wang was a single adult with no concubines or children. Though he was highly valued by the Mengs now, in an ancient society where bloodlines and origins were highly valued, no matter how a brat like Fu Wang could climb up and become a legend, he would still be looked down upon. Not to mention the noble ladies, even those poor and destitute women looked down on him. Fu Yang naturally did not want to see Fu Wang suffer, so the marriage was delayed until Fu Ju passed away from illness. Without a family to arrange for him, Fu Wang was alone. It was just that he also had the needs of a normal man. Logically speaking, such a golden bachelor should be the most sought-after object in the brothel. But the truth was, ever since the young and ignorant Fu Wang had been lured to a few brothels by Fu Jing's old subordinates, he had been despised. Using the words of the few flower maidens who maintained a dewy relationship with Fu Wang for a short period of time, serving such a man was like suffering. Oh, after learning of this matter, there was a period of time when Fu Wang's comrades looked at him strangely. Men, no matter how old or young, always cared about certain things. Even Fu Yang once made dirty jokes about Fu Wang, saying that he was indeed born brave. He was so yellow that he could not bear to look at him. He's a decent man. In other words, he wanted to turn over a new leaf, and did not want to talk about his dark history. The trusted deputy was quite surprised. His general's reaction was not right. It was as if he wanted to take him back to warm the Kong bed. Which family is she from? Jiamen Pass was a remote and desolate place. What kind of beautiful woman could be bred from such a barren land? Could it be that his general did not like delicacies and preferred plain porridge in side dishes? You talk too much, Fu Wang said in a faint voice of disdain. The trusted deputy felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. At this time, Fu Wang said with the horsewhip in his hand, "Just wait until you win against Lu Shi." The trusted deputy was so shocked that he almost fell off his horse. It couldn't be. Could it be that his general had fallen for Lu Shi? What a high standard. His taste was also quite strange. It was said that Lu Shi had disguised herself as a man for 18 years, but no one had seen through her disguise. It was obvious that she was a boorish man. The image of a bearded man whining shyly and pounding on his chest suddenly appeared in his mind. He could not accept it. Time passed quickly in the solemn atmosphere. Fu Wang never fought a battle without preparation. He had thoroughly studied the terrain around Jiamen Pass. Even if it was dark at night, his army would not be disturbed. To be safe, he even wrapped the horses' hooves with cloth and tied their mouths to reduce the sound of hooves and snorts. In his eyes, he was not only a man, but also a wolf. No matter day or night, it was his home field. After some effort, Fu Wang had already led nearly 10,000 soldiers to Jiang Pingji's camp. Torches burned in the distance, and he could vaguely see people walking around. The camp was quiet as usual. But for some reason, Fu Wang's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong. However, the arrow had been knocked on the bow and had to be released. He had been planning for so many days, and he could not let it go to waste. The trusted deputy was the first to notice his abnormality. "General, what's wrong?" the deputy asked in a low voice. Fu Wang shook his head and said, "I don't know why, but I feel that something is wrong." The trusted deputy frowned and said, "Could it be that scoundrel is causing trouble for you again?" Fu Wang had left most of his elites and trusted subordinates at Jiamen Pass, and the soldiers he had brought with him were all close to the Mangs. He had no choice but to bring them with him for the sneak attack. The last time Fu Wang attacked Wulong County, he had brought Fu Wang's old subordinates, who were also his trusted subordinates. They had made a great contribution. The soldiers close to the Mangs were dissatisfied. They thought that Fu Wang was favoring them and discriminating against them because of the unfair distribution of military merits. It was no wonder that Fu Wang was unhappy because they were not his elites. No, they don't dare to be so bold. If they neglect their duty because of personal feelings, I will cut them down. The trusted deputy glanced behind him and said in a low voice, "Then why?" Fu Wang said, "I can't say. I just feel a little tired." As time went by, he even felt that his weapon, which usually did not weigh much, had become much heavier. It was not a good sign. If he was talking to an outsider, he would definitely not say that his condition and mentality were not good. But he did not have to hide it from his trusted subordinate. After saying that, before the trusted deputy could speak, he was stunned. If it were not for the darkness of the night, others would have seen his face turn red. Before the battle, he had hugged a beauty and done all kinds of shameful things. Was that why he felt tired? This reason. It would be embarrassing to say it out loud. Chapter 792. More than 10,000 troops split into several groups and sneaked toward Jiang Pingji's camp. Fu Wang ordered his men to shoot whistling arrows. Once they heard the order, they would attack the camp. The so-called whistling arrows were also known as whistling arrows. The soldiers tied a small bamboo whistle to the arrow shaft. The arrow shaft flew into the sky and made a sharp sound. It could be said that if Jiang Pingji hadn't seen it in advance, Fu Wang's move would have caught people off guard. It was a pity that Jiang Pingji was destined to be a stumbling block on Fu Wang's road to success. Not only could this stumbling block cut the legendary Fu Wang in half, but it could also give him a deeper blow. After the order was given, several troops rushed into Jiang Pingji's camp from all directions. Fu Wang rode the horse. The more intense the exercise, the more he felt his energy depleted. At first, he met with weak resistance, but Fu Wang took the lead and opened a path to the main tent like a god of death. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Something was wrong. Fu Wang's eyes suddenly widened. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He had to leave as soon as possible. "General, it's a trap." According to their plan, Jiang Pingji's troops should be exhausted and weak. They shouldn't be sleeping like dead pigs. However, when their army rushed into the camp, there were only a few soldiers who rushed out. It was like an empty camp. The trusted assistant general rushed into a few larger tents and found them empty. Instead, there were piles of hay and dead branches on the ground. They had fallen into a trap. After coming to a conclusion, the trusted assistant general hurriedly reported to Fu Wang. The trusted subordinates of the Mangs were only thinking about making a great contribution. Fu Wang was panicking, but his face was calm and composed. Even if they had fallen into a trap, if even the general panicked, wouldn't the soldiers under him be in a mess? Get into formation and cover the retreat. No matter what Lu Shi had up his sleeve, the best choice was to leave as soon as possible. However, Feng Zhen and the others wouldn't give him the chance. They had been lying in ambush in the distance, secretly observing the movements of the camp. The prey had fallen into the trap. How could they let it go? At that moment, Fu Wang heard the sound of several whistling arrows in the air. He didn't arrange the whistling arrows. It could only be Lu Shi's action. This was the signal to attack. A few breaths after the whistling arrow rang out, streaks of orange light streaked across the originally dark sky. From afar, it looked like a meteor shower. In the eyes of Fu Wang and the others, these meteor showers were flying towards them and were rapidly enlarging in front of them. The flaming arrow plunged into the military tent, and the fire raged. The tent was covered with flammable hay and withered branches, and the fire spread with the help of the wind. The horses were afraid of the sudden fire and raised their hooves in panic, trying to avoid it. If you want to leave now, you'll have to ask the axes in my hands first. Surprisingly, after the fire spread, Jiang Pingji's soldiers appeared in the empty tents one by one. Fu Wang's troops were in disarray. They were either burned by the fire or stabbed in the vitals and beheaded by the enemy who suddenly appeared. Fu Wang wanted to retreat, but he was blocked by a black-faced man with 2 axes who jumped out of nowhere. Noisy! Fu Wang sneered and charged forward. Dian Yan had long heard of Fu Wang's combat ability from Meng Hun. He had long been itching to fight him. He was hiding in the tunnel under the camp. Hearing that Fu Wang wanted to retreat, he quickly jumped out. For a military general, the enemy's head was the most beneficial spoil of war. His trusted assistant general organized the troops and wanted to support Fu Wang, but he never expected his general to be entangled. He secretly gritted his teeth and cursed, "This Lu Shi is really king lunatic." He had only heard of people setting fire to the enemy's camp, but he had never seen someone setting fire to their own camp. Fire didn't recognize people. Not only would it burn the enemy, it would also burn himself. Dian Yan was known for his strength. The weapons in his hands added up to more than 50 kilograms. How could an ordinary person swing them? Not only could he wield the axes tightly, but when the axes hit the ground would tremble 3 times. Hey! That's all. Officer Meng is exaggerating. Dian Yan mocked. He endured the sharp pain between his thumb and forefinger. He thought he was strong enough that few could fight against him except for the Lord. He didn't expect Fu Wang to be an expert. Not only did he have strength, but he was also as fast as Li Yun. This kind of all-rounder was annoying. How dare a mere junior be so arrogant? Fu Wang knew he was in a bad state. His physical strength was declining rapidly. Usually, he wouldn't sweat even if he practiced for 2 hours. Now, he felt weak in his limbs and dizzy in his head. He didn't know that the sleeping grass took effect slowly and the effect lasted for a long time. If he exercised vigorously, it would accelerate his blood flow. Hand over the head. Dian Yan didn't show any weakness. He had bragged to Meng Hun about chopping off Fu Wang's head. Now that the opportunity was so good, Fu Wang wasn't as powerful as Meng Hun said. He was more like a fake tiger who looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside. If he still couldn't take down Fu Wang, his bragging would be ruined. Humph. Fu Wang had the cunning of a wild beast. He wouldn't force it even if he couldn't win. Now that he had fallen into Jiang Pingji's ambush, the losses were irrecoverable. He could only try his best to reduce them. He planned to lead his men to fight and retreat. There was nothing to be ashamed of even if they couldn't win. Only by protecting the lives of the soldiers could they have a chance to stage a comeback. It would be foolish to lose his troops because of a moment of anger. If they continued to delay, they might really be smothered to death by the flames. Seeing the burning camp, Feng Zhen, who was hiding in a high place, snorted. This Fu Wang is quite clear-headed. He retreated when he saw the situation. Yang Si, who was standing to the side, twirled his beard. He has the guts to make decisions and doesn't care about loyalty. It's a waste to leave him in the Mangs. Sure enough, it was better to capture him. It would be best if he surrendered voluntarily. If he didn't, they could torture him until he did. Forcing people to buy and sell was a common practice since ancient times. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Dian Yan was getting more and more excited as he fought. Meng Han had already led his troops to the vicinity of Jiamen Pass, waiting for Jiang Pingji's signal to attack. As if by tacit agreement, Jiang Pingji chose to attack in the middle of the night. In ancient times, people had the habit of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Therefore, by the 3rd watch period, ordinary people were already in a deep sleep. Jiang Pingji waited and waited. Finally, it was the 3rd watch period. The patrolling soldiers had changed shifts. She nudged Liyun, who was resting. It's almost time. Liyun received the order and gave the other guards a look. More than 100 of them perked up. There was going to be a tough battle ahead of them. Jiang Pingji took out her long knife and killed the guards outside. She jumped over the wall and left the yard. Liyun hurried to catch up. Jiang Pingji and the others didn't know the layout of the buildings in Jiamen Pass, but she remembered the way back. As long as they retraced their steps, they would definitely reach the gate of Jiamen Pass. Chapter 793. On the other side, Meng Han led his troops to avoid the enemy and sneak toward Jiamen Pass. They and Jiang Pingji had agreed to use the whistling arrow as the signal to attack and concentrate their forces to break through the pass. It was the new moon that night, so the sky was dark and it was easy to make mistakes. As Meng Han waited nervously for the news, a messenger hurried over and reported to him. Captain Meng, there's a whistling arrow in the direction of the camp. Meng Han was stunned for a moment and said, "This is definitely not our order. Go scout again and report back as soon as you find anything." The messenger retreated after receiving the order. Not long after, he returned to report. "There's a fire in the direction of our camp. It looks like the enemy has rushed into the center of the camp." In the dark night, the horizon had already been dyed orange, like the last rays of the sunset. Meng Han got up in surprise and walked to the high ground to look in the direction of the camp. There was indeed a fire. The whistling arrow must have been fired by the enemy. With his good eyesight and the strong fire in the distance, Meng Han could vaguely see some black dots. Based on the intensity of the fire, Meng Han could guess how tragic it was over there. Fu Wang was bound to suffer heavy casualties this time, and the Meng family was bound to lose everything. Meng Han suppressed the joy in his heart, but he couldn't help but smile. The Mengs had suffered a double loss. Losing more than 10,000 soldiers was not a big deal, but if even their strongest general was lost, it would be a huge loss. He coughed and asked the messenger seriously, "Is there any movement in Jiamen Pass?" The messenger shook his head and said, "We've been keeping an eye on it, but it's still peaceful." Meng Han said, "Go scout again. If the Lord sends a signal, we must support her immediately." The fire in the camp was so strong that it could be seen from afar. It was like a ball of orange paint that pushed back the thick ink. Jiamen Pass was on high ground, so it wouldn't take long for the enemy to notice the fire. The lord inside the pass would see it too. Meng Hun was sure that he would receive Jiang Pingji's signal soon. At that moment, the soldiers inside Jiamen Pass also noticed the strange burning clouds in the sky. However, they did not realize that Fu Wang had fallen into a trap. They thought that Fu Wang had led his troops to a great victory and burned down Jiang Pingji's camp. The soldiers guarding the pass noticed the abnormality in the distance and immediately passed the news to the generals who stayed behind. Because of the unequal distribution of military merits, Fu Wang could only bring the elites who were close to the Mangs this time. His own trusted subordinates had to be hidden for a while. However, he was not worried about leaving Jiamen Pass to his trusted subordinates who had fought with him for many years. Upon receiving the news that Jiang Pingji's camp was on fire, the confidant did not suspect anything. His thoughts were similar to those of the soldiers. He couldn't be blamed for being careless. Ever since Fu Wang entered the battlefield, he had never been defeated. Because Fu Wang was born to be brave and strong, other people always thought that he was a brute with only muscles and no brains when they saw his appearance. In fact, he was not. This person was cunning and paranoid. He had always viewed war as hunting and was very patient when waiting for his prey. As long as the opportunity was not ripe, no matter how noisy the outside world was, he would not make a single move. He was as steady as a statue. For example, when Fu Yang was seriously ill, the Mengs came to recruit him after the 7th day of Fu Yang's death. They even wanted to take over the troops that Fu Yang had left behind. The rumors were not groundless. Many people suspected that Fu Yang's death was related to the Mengs. Even though it had nothing to do with the Mengs, Fu Yang and the Mengs were sworn enemies. It was too much for the Mengs to recruit him after the 7th day of his death. At that time, his trusted subordinates thought that Fu Wang would explode and fight the Mengs to the death. But what happened in the end? In the end, Fu Wang calmly accepted the Meng's offer. He protected the elites of Fu Yang's old troops and laid low to cultivate his forces. In order to achieve his goals, Fu Wang was too patient. This style and his high martial arts skills made Fu Wang quite popular on the battlefield. He had made great contributions to the Mengs and had never been defeated. Don't panic. Let's stabilize the situation in the pass first. Fu Wang's soldiers had a kind of blind trust in their general. They did not think that their general would be defeated. Send a team to the front line to check. Lu Shi is not a mediocre person like the Wulong County chief. He won't give up easily. Everyone believed that Fu Wang would win. But when they thought of Lu Shi's previous achievements, they felt a little uncertain. To be on the safe side, it was better to send someone to the front line to check. If the general did not bring enough troops, they could prepare for reinforcements. As they were talking, there was a commotion outside. It was so loud that everyone in the hall could hear it. Who's making noise outside? Hearing the commotion, Fu Wang's trusted subordinate raised his eyebrows and his face was full of anger. Wild wolves like to live in groups. Although they were not the strongest among the wild beasts, they lived in packs and had extraordinary combat strength. Their internal discipline was strict. Under the influence of the wild wolves, Fu Wang was unusually strict with his troops. He could be considered the most ruthless among the Meng's retainers. Under normal circumstances, no soldier would dare to blatantly violate military discipline. The noisy soldier was caught. He did not dare to delay and reported breathlessly, "Deputy General, there's a fire in the pass." A fire in the pass. The eyes of the trusted subordinate twitched, and a cold chill rose in his heart. What fire? He strode out and looked down from a high vantage point. Sure enough, there was a fire in Jiamen Pass. Who is the arsonist? The soldier answered, "We don't know yet. The fire was already burning when we found it. At that moment, another soldier came to report. The arsonist had been found. Deputy General, the guards sent by Lu Shi are rebelling. They are heading toward Guanmin. What? Upon hearing this news, that person's heart skipped a beat, and a chill spread through his entire chest. He thought of a possibility and hurriedly said, could it be that those guards discovered that something had happened in Lu Shi's camp? That's why. Oh no, quickly send people to stop them. As soon as he gave the order, a dozen sharp bamboo whistles sounded in the sky above Jiamen Pass. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could vaguely make out a dozen whistling arrows. Now, the general who stayed behind to guard the pass gave up on his previous guess. What followed was an even more ominous feeling. The movement of the 100 guards was not a coincidence. They did not act after seeing the change in Lu Shi's camp. It was clearly premeditated. Thinking of this, he hurriedly ordered the soldiers to stop Jiang Pingji and the others from approaching Guanmin. Report, the messenger dragged his voice and rushed over on horseback. He did not even catch his breath when he got off his horse. He hurriedly cupped his hands and knelt on one knee. Deputy General, a large number of enemies suddenly appeared outside the pass. The number is unknown. The general who stayed behind to guard the pass turned pale. He subconsciously looked at the orange, burning cloud in the sky. This is Lu Shi's evil plan. Oh no, the general is in trouble. The sudden fire in the pass, the guards sent by Lu Shi rushed to the pass, and an unknown number of enemies appeared outside. It was clearly premeditated. If that was the case, it meant that Lu Shi had not fallen for the general's plan. Instead, it was the general who had fallen for it. Gather the troops and face the enemy. Chapter 794. For that night, not only did Fu Wang make ample preparations, but Jiang Pingji was also armed to the teeth. Meng Han led his troops and brought a large number of siege weapons. He wanted to take down Jiamen Pass in the shortest time possible and end the battle as soon as possible. The enemy had the advantage of occupying the pass. Jiang Pingji had 30,000 soldiers, most of which were Lu Shi's soldiers. Logically, there was no need for a clear division between father and daughter, but the two armies trained differently and the soldiers didn't have enough time to adapt to each other. Jiang Pingji knew that if she couldn't take down Jiamen Pass in a thunderous manner, it would be a Pyrrhic victory even if she could win when the enemy recovered and reorganized their forces. To her, it was a complete failure to achieve victory after losing a large number of troops. Wanzhou was a large territory with few soldiers. She had no other assets other than money. If she lost a large number of soldiers at Jiamen Pass, she would be in a difficult situation when she returned to Wanzhou. Li Yun watched his lord wander around the battlefield. He was tired, but at the same time, he had the urge to compete with her. The 100 or so guards were all elites of the army. Individually, they were very strong. They skillfully formed a small formation of 100 men and advanced toward the gate of Jiamen Pass like a killing machine. They attracted the firepower of Meng Han, who was outside, and he shared the burden for them. With the enemy attacking from within and without Fu Wang, the soldiers at Jiamen Pass were in a state of chaos and were routed like a mountain. Due to the narrow terrain of the nearby alleys, the enemy was unable to encircle and annihilate them on a large scale. This was very advantageous for Jiang Pingji and the rest. She and Li Yun's eyes were red from the killing. The weapons in their hands were already dyed red with fresh blood. Flesh and broken limbs filled their vision. Apart from the sounds of fighting, screams, clashing armors, footsteps, and the sound of weapons piercing flesh, there was almost no other sound. Although she wasn't strong, she was shockingly strong. She held her spear horizontally and single-handedly pushed more than a dozen people in front of her a few meters away. Li Yun attacked from behind. Li Yun used the whistling arrow as a signal to inform the enemy of their location. He also set fire to the place to cause trouble. However, more and more enemies were surging toward them, and the situation was getting worse. "My lord, there are too many enemies." Li Yun's armor already had a few cuts. Although he was not injured, he looked as if he had just floated in a sea of blood. He was in a sorry state. "I don't care. Charge." There were only about 100 of them. If they did not use their rising momentum to fight their way out, they would only be drowned by the waves of enemies. Jiang Pingji said calmly, "Han Mei, send 2 more people to cover me." In terms of combat power, Jiang Pingji could beat everyone by herself, but compared to her combat power, her defense was far weaker. In gaming terms, she was an all-round cloth-armored class that could engage in melee combat and long-range attacks. Her only weakness was that she was fragile. No matter how strong she was still a human. Her body of flesh and blood could not defend against swords, spears, swords and halberds. If it was her in the past, the situation would be different. A normal bullet hitting her would be equivalent to a mosquito bite. Li Yun did not hesitate and hurriedly picked 2 people to cooperate with Jiang Pingji's actions. Then, he knew his lord's true colors on the battlefield. She was like the god of death who had descended. From the beginning of the charge until now, a quarter of an hour had passed. The high-intensity battle made Li Yun feel tired. On the other hand, his lord's situation was completely different. Her previous actions were just a basic warm-up. As time passed, not only did she not feel tired, but she charged and killed more and more fiercely. The enemy's heavy armor for defense was as thin as a piece of paper in her eyes. She alone killed so many enemies that they were afraid and did not dare to advance. "Hold the shields and form a formation." Jiang Pingji killed for a while. She seemed to have a premonition. She used violence to force the enemy back and retreated at the same time. She commanded loudly. The other guards hurriedly raised their shields and formed an iron tortoise formation. Their defense was impenetrable. The arrows that flew from afar hit the surface of the shields. "Advance! Crush them!" While the audience in the streaming room was excited and the soldiers were confident because of her, Jiang Pingji was still so calm that it made people's hair stand on end. Everyone stepped on the corpses of their comrades and countless enemies to advance. The audience in the streaming room was used to Jiang Pingji's charging stance, but most of the time it was scenes of her fighting on horseback. It was rare to see her fighting on land, especially in such a violent way. Jiang Pingji fought on horseback. The audience's gaze followed her rapid movements. Most of their attention was also attracted by her figure. Their hearts were swayed by this young general dressed in red and silver armor. They rarely paid attention to the enemy soldiers who had fallen from their horses. When she relied on her legs and charged forward step by step, the audience's attention was involuntarily attracted by the enemy's corpses. Crush, advance, trample. The ground under her feet was not mud or bricks. Instead, it was corpses that were still steaming hot. At this moment, the audience was strongly aware of Jiang Pingji's other identity, the butcher. They continuously used whistling arrows to inform the outside. Meng Han organized the attack and tacitly concentrated the troops in that direction. They worked together from the inside and outside. It was not only to coordinate, but also to coordinate with each other to share the enemy's firepower and destroy their psychological defenses. Jiang Pingji was a technical expert. She also had Zhang Ping, a member of the Mahist family, by her side. Meng Han ordered his men to push up the arrow towers. Not only did they build ladders from the ground, but they also built ladders from the sky. The cloud of arrows and catapults were already in place. They fired several cannons at the top of the wall. Jiamen Pass was indeed a dangerous pass. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even though Meng Hun had made ample preparations and had the upper hand, once the troops inside the pass were united, he would not be able to gain much advantage. Even so, Meng Hun had no way to retreat. He could only attack with all his might. If he could not break through Jiamen Pass tonight, he would have to atone for his sins with his death. Why? Didn't they see the whistling arrows flying above Jiamen Pass? Their lord was still in the city. If they failed to break through, Jiang Pingji would die sooner or later. Meng Hun thought about it carefully. Their lord's death was caused by his incompetence. How could he live? Attack! In fact, when the troops inside the city realized that they had fallen into a trap and that their general was likely to be ambushed, their morale was already shaken. The general who stayed behind to guard the city had some reputation in the army, so he could barely keep the situation under control. However, Meng Hun's attack was too fierce. Both sides had only attacked the city for one round, but the number of casualties kept rising. The huge pressure formed a thick cloud that shrouded every soldier's heart. To add fuel to the fire, there were fierce tigers outside the city and fierce wolves inside the city. Jiang Pingji's whistling arrows could not only inform Meng Hun, but also put pressure on the enemy's psychological defenses. Chapter 795. Useless Fools. Not even 100 men can stop them. The general who stayed behind to guard the place was burning with anxiety, and his rage almost overwhelmed his rationality. The battle outside the city was fierce, and it was nighttime. The longer the two sides fought, the greater the loss. In comparison, the mental pressure of the soldiers at Jiamen Pass was far greater than that of the troops outside the city. The stone cannons of the catapults were fired as soon as they were ready. Every time they hit the wall would shake violently. The soldiers on the wall had the illusion that the Jiamen Pass, which was usually impregnable, was about to be torn down by a violent demolition team. Of course, it was just an illusion. Jiamen Pass was known as one of the most dangerous passes in the world. It was not that easy to demolish it. However, the huge stones rained down from the sky like a meteor shower. Not only did they hit the wall, but they also smashed into the city. Because of the whistling arrow, Meng Hun ordered the cannoneers to avoid that area. As for the other areas, smash them. Arrows rained down like a tide, stones filled the sky, and ladders were set up outside the city. Soldiers carried shields to block the stones and slowly climbed up. Under the cover of dozens of catapults, the soldiers on the wall did not have the energy to stop the enemies who were trying to climb up the wall. Deputy General, bad news. The enemy is closing in on the gate. Stop them. Are we going to watch them open the gate from the inside? The general felt like he was about to explode. His general had fallen into a trap, and his life was in danger. The enemy was pressuring him from both inside and outside the city, and he was almost out of breath. But he still had a bottom line. People could die, but Jiamen Pass could not be lost. Even with Jiang Pingji's help, they were still in a dangerous situation after losing the narrow terrain. There were enemies on all sides, and it would not be easy for them to break through. Even though Jiang Pingji could cut through the enemy's formation like a sharp knife, the advance of the troops was getting slower and slower, and the number of corpses of their comrades was increasing. There were too many enemies, and it was impossible to hold the line with only a few hundred people. If someone did not react in time due to exhaustion, they would be turned into a hornet's nest in the next second. Along the way, the corpses of the enemy and their comrades were strewn all over the road. The moment they fell, they were quickly trampled into meat paste. If it weren't for Meng Hun using the catapults to cover and share the firepower, there wouldn't be many of them left. Jiang Pingji's eyes widened with determination. Her breathing was no longer as steady as before. It was rapid and heavy, and her cheeks were covered with the enemy's blood. If one looked closely, they could see thick blood hanging from her eyelashes. The scarlet color was almost black, as if it was going to contaminate her inky eyes. Not only was Jiang Pingji in a sorry state, but Li Yun, who was engaged in a bloody battle at the side, also looked like a terrifying lunatic. Hold the shields, shrink the formation. The number of troops decreased sharply. Jiang Pingji ordered the remaining troops to shrink the line of defense to reduce the pressure and prevent them from being overwhelmed by the enemy. The gate of Jiamen Pass was less than 300 feet away from them, but there were countless enemies between the two places. This was a great moat that they had to cross. The power of a catapult was quite terrifying. Not only could it shake the walls of Jiamen Pass, but it could also destroy the buildings in the city. A large number of soldiers had gathered in the city to surround and suppress the enemy. The boulders that were thrown out did not even need to be aimed, they would hit the target. Jiang Pingji and the others advanced another 100 feet. Her ferocious fighting ability terrified the enemy, and they almost lost their courage. They thought that the last part of the journey would be extremely fierce, but it turned out to be even easier than before. There were two main reasons for this. First, the range of the catapult was limited. Although it could be thrown into the city, it was not far. The closer Jiang Pingji and the others got to the gate of Jiamen Pass, the closer they were to the catapult's shooting range. Second, Jiang Pingji killed too many people. The more enemies she killed, the less the enemies in her way dared to fight her. Jiang Pingji led the remaining 30 people into the city. Li Yun was shocked to find that the city gate had been nailed shut with a thick wooden plank. Even though he was a good-tempered person, he could not help but curse. The viewers in the streaming room were even more furious. It was not easy for them to fight their way out of the city, only to see the city gate nailed shut. How did it feel? For example, a patient was seriously ill. He begged his parents to raise enough money for the operation before the disease worsened, only to find out that the operation fee was not 100,000, but 1,000,000. The impact of falling from heaven to hell was indescribable. Even though Li Yun was a man, he felt hopeless. His eyes could not help but redden. They were only separated by a few feet of thick city wall. Outside the city were their own people, but at such a close distance, they were separated by life and death. "My lord, the city gate has been nailed shut." Li Yun's voice was trembling. It was not a big deal if the generals died in battle, but if they dragged the lord down with them, they would be incompetent. Jiang Pingji glanced at the messy thick wooden plank on the city gate. Her expression became more ferocious and fierce. The viewers in the streaming room were in an uproar. Although they did not participate in the bloody battle, they were worried. They were so close to success, but they did not expect the enemy to play dirty. No wonder there were so many soldiers guarding the city gate. It turned out that they were messing with these things. Jiang Pingji said calmly, "Han Mei, go and command the defense. Try to hold on for a while longer." The city gate was narrow, so they only needed to defend against the enemy from one side. It was very advantageous for them. However, no matter how advantageous it was, they could not hold on for too long. Jiang Pingji bore the brunt of the energy consumption, but the other soldiers were also under a lot of pressure. She could operate like a machine for a long time without her condition deteriorating, but the others could not. "Yes, I will." Li Yun agreed. Even though he did not know what Jiang Pingji was going to do, his lord gave him a great sense of security. What was Jiang Pingji going to do? Tear down the city gate with her bare hands. At that moment, Meng Hun, who was outside the city gate, felt his heart palpitate. He had not heard his lord's warning arrow for a long time. It was either inconvenient or, thinking of the latter possibility, Meng Hun hurriedly suppressed this terrifying thought. Impossible. My lord will definitely be blessed by the heavens. At that moment, Meng Hun was extremely regretful. Why did he not strongly dissuade and stop his lord when she was courting death? Jiamen Pass was indeed a dangerous pass. Even such a fierce attack could not take down the city wall. The more it was like this, the more anxious he became. The enemy soldiers inside the city were worried about their commander. Wasn't Meng Hun also worried about his lord outside the city? He could only order the attack to continue, his heart filled with apprehension and hope. It was at that moment that the general who stayed behind said fiercely, "They must be killed." He had ordered his men to temporarily seal the city gate. He was prepared to catch Jiang Pingji and the others like turtles in a jar. At that moment, there was a violent tremor under their feet, followed by the sound of the city gate being attacked. Are these people using siege weapons? If that was the case, it would be interesting. The enemy's allies were inside the city gate, so they could kill each other. Chapter 796. It wasn't a siege weapon. If it wasn't a siege weapon, why was there such a huge commotion? The general was stunned. Did Lu Shi's army have a siege weapon that was even more powerful than the catapults? Before he could recover from his shock, another crash came. Amidst the shouts and screams, the sound of the gate breaking was particularly clear. He was about to ask when he saw a messenger running up the wall. His expression was one of shock and horror. Bad news, Deputy General. The enemy broke the gate with their bare hands. The night was dark, but torches were lit inside the Jiamen Pass, so they could see clearly. Even though the surroundings were in chaos, they could still see the situation inside the city. That death god had actually smashed the city gate from the inside out, creating a crack in it. With the first impact, the thick wood sealing the gate broke, and the thick and heavy gate cracked, extending out like a spider web. With the second impact, the gate broke open. Not only were the guards inside the city shocked, but the soldiers outside the city were also stunned. Jiang Pingji quickly tore down the heavy gate. She gathered her qi in her dantian and shouted, "The gate is broken. Break through immediately." She used a special technique to make her voice reach Meng Hun's ears. He recognized the owner of the voice and was so excited that he almost cried. He immediately led the troops to help Jiang Pingji. The gate of Jiamen Pass had been broken, and the scales of victory were completely tipped in their favor. With Meng Hun's troops, Jiang Pingji and the others escaped. The enemy troops inside the city were in chaos. The general who stayed behind almost fell when he heard the news. He couldn't help but feel dizzy. Jiamen Pass could not be defended any longer. Not long before the fall of Jiamen Pass, Feng Zhen and the others had also won a great victory. They had killed more than 2,000 enemy soldiers, severely injured or burned to death, and the remaining 2,000 soldiers had all become prisoners. More importantly, they had captured the enemy's commander, Fu Wang. Deputy Commander Dian, you captured the enemy's commander alive. This is a great achievement. Faced with this result, Feng Zhen was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. He praised Dian Yan profusely. He had been wondering if he could capture Fu Wang alive, but he didn't expect Dian Yan to actually do it. Yang Si also smiled and congratulated him. Then, he went back to what he had to do. After reorganizing the troops, he still had to support Jiamen Pass. Dian Yan, the one who had made the contribution, had a sour expression on his face. This detail made Feng Zhen suspicious. Vice Commandant Dian. Dian Yan snorted heavily and said, an unfair advantage. Feng Zhen's smile faded slightly. He said, the art of war is the art of deception. We have never paid attention to such pretentious, fake things. Hearing Feng Zhen's words, Dian Yan knew that the other party had misunderstood. He wasn't saying that the strategist's strategy was too sinister and that he had an unfair advantage. Dian Yen said, "That Fu Wang is very strange. If not, this general would not have been able to capture him alive." Although he said he was captured alive, his face was somewhat red. Obviously, Fu Wang had been affected by the smoke and had somehow fallen into the bonfire. Fortunately, Dian Yan's actions were quick, and Fu Wang's body was wrapped in heavy armor, so the fire did not really burn him. The battle had just subsided when Dian Yan saw the medics treating the wounded. He asked the military doctor to take a look at Fu Wang. What was the result? Fu Wang had consumed a lot of sleeping grass, so he was tired and his strength was probably not even half of his peak. That was why Dian Yan had taken advantage of him. Hearing Dian Yan's words, Feng Zhen smiled and said, "Good luck is also strength." Vice Commandant Dian, why are you so conflicted? After all, you were the one who captured Fu Wang alive, not someone else. You can't deny this credit. This Fu Wang is still very useful to my lord. Dian Yan initially wanted to cut off Fu Wang's head, but he considered the bigger picture and did not do it in the end. A commander was different from an ordinary general. If he could be captured alive, his value would be much higher than a dead man. Not only could Dian Yan not kill Fu Wang, he had to make sure he was well taken care of. Even if he was a captive, people were divided into different ranks. On the other side, the situation at Jiamen Pass was hopeless. All sorts of bad news had crushed the morale of the defending troops. More importantly, their commander might have met with misfortune. To them, the commander was their backbone. Once he died in battle, their morale would fall to rock bottom. Meng Hun and Li Yun led the troops into Jiamen Pass. As for the troublesome lord, please don't be reckless anymore. My little heart can't take this kind of stimulation. As they wished, Jiang Pingji did not show up during the final stages of the siege. The wounds on her body were only bandaged with a piece of cloth. Although she did not show up, she did not stop there. She led a group of people and rushed into the center of Jiamen Pass. Along the way, they occasionally encountered enemy soldiers who were fleeing in panic. If they resisted, they would be killed. If they surrendered, they would be tied up. Where did Hui Jun go? Jiamen Pass was in chaos that night. Hui Jun would be in a dangerous situation. If she was unlucky enough to meet those soldiers who did not care about their lives, thinking of this, Jiang Pingji could not help but quicken her pace. She rushed directly to Fu Wang's former residence. Hui Jun was well versed in the ways of the world. She was calm and intelligent. She was not one of those reckless, naive girls. It was chaotic outside. If she did not find a place to hide and instead ran around, she would be in big trouble. No matter what kind of group it was, there would always be black sheep, especially in ancient times when the people were of low moral standards. With Huijuan's looks, if she was alone and accidentally met a villain, she would be in a dangerous situation. Huijun. The army had taken over the area, so Jiang Pingji could move around freely. After searching for a while, she finally found some traces of Fu Wang's sleeping quarters. Looking at the scattered hairpins and clothes on the ground, Jiang Pingji's face suddenly darkened. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. At that moment, she heard Huijuan's timid voice. "Is that Lang Jun?" Jiang Pingji followed the voice and finally found Huijun in a very secluded corner. "Who did this?" Jiang Pingji's voice was cold as if ice had been mixed in it. Huijun was wearing a loose linen undershirt that was not even properly buttoned. Her lips were slightly swollen, and there were tear stains at the corners of her eyes. The ambiguous marks on her neck and collarbone were particularly obvious, even a blind man could see what she had been through. "Who did this?" Jiang Pingji asked again when Huijun did not answer. Only then did Huijun move her stiff and curled legs. She crawled out of her hiding place with a smile on her face. Did Lang Jun win? Jiang Pingji felt as if someone had stabbed her in the heart. She felt both helpless and heartbroken. 1. You're really stupid. Jiang Pingji was good at deducing the truth from the smallest details. She could guess who had touched Hui Jun after thinking about it calmly. Lang Jun, why are you saying this? Hui Jun lowered her head. The hair on her forehead fell and covered a patch of shadow. She said, I'm useless. After thinking about it, it seems that this is the only way I can help Lang Jun. Moreover, I did it willingly. It's not okay even if I did it willingly. She was a person, not a commodity. Hui Jun sighed. She said, Lang Jun, to tell you the truth, I really don't feel wronged. Others don't say anything about my situation, but what would they think? I know very well. I can't marry anyone in this life, and it's even more impossible for me to be a concubine. But if I'm alone for the rest of my life, I feel that the days ahead are long and unbearable. If it's possible, I want to be willful for once and make my own decisions. She caressed her lower abdomen and looked at Jiang Pingji with her eyes shining. Chapter 797. If this is really your idea, I will respect your choice. Jiang Pingji sighed. She was not a person who liked to force things. Everyone had their own choices. Since Hui Jun had chosen this path, she could not arbitrarily ask her to change it. Hui Jun's gaze was gentle. She nodded at Jiang Pingji and thanked her. Thank you for your understanding, Lang Jun. To be honest, Hui Jun did not lie against her will this time. She really wanted to give birth to a child of her own. When she was young, she was ignorant and did not know what it meant to lose the ability to have children. But to this day, she still remembered the scene of her birth mother forcing her to be drugged. That crazy woman even tied her hands and feet and pressed down hard on her lower abdomen. The heart-wrenching pain that spread throughout her entire body still made her tremble uncontrollably when she recalled it in her dreams. After a few times, Hui Jun's body was completely ruined. It was impossible for her to have children again. That was the wound in Hui Jun's heart. It could not heal for a long time. She could only try her best to ignore its existence. She did not expect that she would miraculously get pregnant after so many years. If the child's father was not the late emperor of Dongqing, Hui Jun would have had the urge to give birth to the child. However, she could only laugh bitterly and use the child in her womb to get rid of the second prince's wife, Anyina. Since then, Hui Jun knew that her broken body had completely recovered. Her lost ability to have children had also returned. That meant that she could use a man to get pregnant and give birth to a child that was related to her by blood. Seeing that Hui Jun had made up her mind, Jiang Pingji could only support her. However, getting pregnant is not something else. How can you guarantee that you will get pregnant in one go? If it was in her era, she could directly go to a specialized institution for a minor surgery if she wanted to have a child. However, it was different in this era. The fertility method was still the most ancient and primitive. There was a certain probability that a woman could get pregnant after a man and a woman had intercourse. Hui Jun lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I used the easy pregnancy pill that you gave me earlier. Easy pregnancy pill. Jiang Pingji furrowed her brows. She remembered that it had fallen into Lu Huan's hands. Why did Hui Jun have it too? She asked directly, didn't I ask you to pass the easy pregnancy pill to Lu Huan? Hui Jun explained, the easy pregnancy pill was indeed in Lu Huan's hands, but do you know what she did after getting it? What did you do? Hui Jun said, Lu Huan has always been on guard against me. Naturally, she would not easily consume the elixir. This person was naturally vicious. He actually ground some medicinal powder, mixed it in his food, and gave it to a woman who did odd jobs several times. In order to verify the miraculous effects of the pill, she even sent someone to secretly defile the woman. The woman did not have any children for 3 years after she married into her husband's family, but a month after that incident, the woman's pulse of pregnancy was diagnosed. To be able to make a woman who had not had any movement for 3 years pregnant in one go, the effect of this medicine was too shocking. Hui Jun thought of her own situation. For some strange reason, she secretly kept some medicinal powder for the elixir. After listening, Jiang Pingji understood what was going on. This thing can indeed allow a woman's body to enter the best state of pregnancy, greatly increasing the chances of conceiving. In other words, as long as her luck wasn't too bad, Hui Jun would soon become a mother. In order to reform Hui Jun's body, Jiang Pingji had used up all the cards in the system. This system card was completely different from the skill books sold by the system. The skill books sold by the system were made from the soul of the previous host, extracting the memories related to the skill from the soul. When the host used the skill books, they actually merged with this part of the soul and seamlessly received the memories contained in it. In essence, the system card was a condensation of pure energy. It was beneficial and harmless to the human body. It was a completely different concept from the skill books. However, she still had a question. Why did it have to be Fu Wang? Fu Wang's position was completely hostile to Jiang Pingji. She was pregnant with Fu Wang's child. Wasn't she afraid that Jiang Pingji would be disgusted? Faced with this question, Hui Jun hesitated for a while before revealing the truth. I have no intention of telling the child the truth about her father. Apart from her and Lang Jun, no one else would know about this. Jiang Pingji asked, You don't intend to let Fu Wang know? Hui Jun was stunned for a moment. She asked with uncertainty, Will the Lord let that person live? She thought that Fu Wang would definitely die. Jiang Pingji was speechless. She had an inexplicable impulse to sympathize with Fu Wang. No matter what, he is a valiant general. If we can recruit him, of course we won't kill him. If Fu Wang died in battle, it would be difficult to recruit his old subordinates. It might even be a ticking time bomb. No matter what, Fu Wang's value alive was far greater than his value dead. Therefore, it was Hui Jun's turn to be stunned. What should she do if things went beyond her expectations? After a while, she looked down at her right hand caressing her abdomen. Her expression was particularly interesting. Then what should we do? Her face was pale, and her swollen lips had lost their color. If Fu Wang died, there would be no evidence. But if he was alive, it would be awkward. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Pingji comforted Hui Jun to prevent her from doing something stupid. Thank you, Lang Jun. Hui Jun felt relieved, and her eyes became moist. Silly girl. Jiang Pingji rubbed her long hair with a smile. Tidy up. It's still chaotic outside. Don't run around. Although they had conquered Gemin Pass, it was still very dangerous outside. If Hui Jun ran around, she could easily get into trouble. Okay. Hui Jun nodded obediently. After settling her down, Jiang Pingji sent some people to guard the place to prevent the army from attacking. My lord, great news. Meng Hun was overjoyed from afar. He said to Jiang Pingji, Deputy Commander Dian has captured Fu Wang alive. Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows and searched for memories related to Fu Wang. Fu Wang was captured by Dian Yan. She asked coldly, Where is Fu Wang now? While Jiang Pingji was looking for Hui Jun, Feng Zhen and the others had already gathered their troops and rushed over. They didn't expect their lord to be so efficient. She didn't even give them a chance to help. Meng Hun was so excited that he didn't notice Jiang Pingji's abnormality. He's been captured, but... Meng Hun frowned and said doubtfully, but, the military doctor said that Fu Wang ate a lot of sleeping grass powder by mistake. He won't wake up until the next day. Jiang Pingji stopped in her tracks and asked in surprise, Fu Wang ate sleeping grass by mistake. Meng Hun nodded and said with certainty, the doctor diagnosed him several times. He did eat sleeping grass by mistake. Meng Hun was also confused. Fu Wang wasn't a careless person. He was very particular about his diet. It was impossible for him to eat sleeping grass by mistake. Could it be that the rumors had worked? Did the soldiers close to the Mengs drug him and plot against him? Chapter 798. After successfully breaking through Jiamen Pass, Jiang Pingji ordered the army to rest and reorganize within the pass and clean up the battlefield. She left the heavy tasks to Feng Zhen and Yang Xi. She took a break and became a hands-off shopkeeper. Jiang Pingji's current condition was not suitable for dealing with worldly matters, so she could only rest for the time being. How did Lang Jun get so badly injured? Now that Hui Jun was serving Jiang Pingji, she naturally had the opportunity to see things that others could not see. When Jiang Pingji took off her battle robe and washed the blood off her body, Hui Jun was shocked to find that there were large bruises on her skin. There were a few open wounds on her waist, back, and arms. The shorter ones were only the length of a knuckle, while the longer ones were the length of an adult's palm. The wounds had stopped bleeding, but they still looked horrible. Hui Jun could not come back to her senses. Who injured you? Hui Jun asked quickly. When she realized that she had asked a stupid question, she secretly blamed herself. There were so many wounds. Naturally, they were from the war. Hui Jun had mixed feelings when she thought about how Jiang Pingji had not treated her wounds immediately, but had instead searched for her. She was touched and bitter at the same time. She bit her lip and held back her emotions as she helped Jiang Pingji bandage her wounds. Injuries are common in war. It's good enough that I didn't die on the battlefield. How can I expect to be unscathed? Jiang Pingji said nonchalantly. She put on her inner garment with her gloves and fastened the thin belt on the side of her jacket. Her physical fitness was excellent. The wounds would heal perfectly in less than half a month without leaving a scar. As mentioned before, Jiang Pingji was strong in combat, but she was still made of flesh and blood. Knives, spears, swords, and halberds could still hurt her. However, she had deliberately dodged them, so the wounds were not deep and they were not fatal. As for the bruises on her body, they were caused by her being too impatient when she broke through the gate. She did not control her strength well, so she hurt herself. To be honest, Jiang Pingji could have been unscathed. But she was not fighting alone. She had companions and subordinates with her, and she had to protect them. 1 or 2 wounds could save their lives. It was worth it. These wounds will heal in half a month. Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, Zishur and Jing Rong will worry for nothing. Jiang Pingji felt a headache coming on as she thought about the chaotic battle at Jiamen Pass. She had a premonition that after the counselors found out about this matter, they would definitely guard it to the death and not let her wander around blindly. Therefore, she decided that she would not go against the wind and commit crimes. She would be a little more obedient for now and wait for the wind to blow over. I'm just feeling heartache. Previously, Fu Wang had only left a shallow wound on Jiang Pingji's arm. This had been on Hui Jun's mind for a long time. Now that there were large patches of bruises and wounds, how could she remain calm? Don't move, Lang Jun. I'll use some medicinal wine to dissolve the clotted blood. Jiang Pingji could only agree to her request. It couldn't be helped. Hui Jun's reddened eyes were too pitiful. It was as if she would cry if she didn't agree. Lang Jun, your hand. Why is it so black? Hui Jun served Jiang Pingji the medicinal wine and noticed that her right hand was also covered in black blood. It didn't look like a blood clot, but more like a birthmark. But she clearly remembered that Lung Juan's right hand was a piece of white jade. When did he get such an ugly birthmark? Jiang Pingji followed her gaze and looked at her hand. She said calmly, "It's fine." The black blood mark on her hand was the level 9 loyalty talisman left by the time traveler. It was useless. Jiang Pingji kept it because she wanted to use it to seduce the time traveler. After treating the wound, Hui Jun still unconsciously pouted, her expression especially stubborn. After a night of chaos, Jiamen Pass had a new owner. When Fu Wang woke up from his deep sleep and saw the unfamiliar scenery, he tensed up and jumped up in a defensive posture. Ouch! He gasped in pain and moved his arm. Only then did he realize that the wound on his body had been treated. But his movement was too big, and the wound that had just stopped bleeding opened up again. Bright red blood seeped out. The people outside heard the noise and came in to check. Fu Wang's expression changed when he saw the clothes the person was wearing. "You're awake. Are you feeling well?" The doctor knew Fu Wang's identity, so he didn't dare to approach him. He only dared to wait at the door. "Who are you?" Fu Wang had already guessed the truth, but he still couldn't accept it. He had become someone else's prisoner. The doctor still didn't dare to approach him. He bowed and said, "I'm a doctor sent by my lord to take care of the general's wounds. The general has many wounds, and it took a lot of effort to stop the bleeding. It's not a good time to be angry, and we can't make a big fuss, lest the wounds open up again." Fu Wang didn't listen to him. "Your lord. Lu Shi." Looking at the surrounding scenery, it was obvious that they were at Jiamen Pass. How long had it been? Lu Shi had already broken through the pass. Fu Wang couldn't help but worry about his trusted aide who had stayed behind at Jiamen Pass. "Yes." Fu Wang's expression changed again and again when he got the confirmation. After a while, he calmed down. "The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. A loss is a loss. Has your lord thought about how to deal with me?" The doctor smiled. "My lord didn't tell me anything. She just told me to take care of the general." The doctor thought that Fu Wang would kill him in a rage, so he was ready to run. Who would have thought that this man was exceptionally cooperative? The doctor immediately changed his dressing and re-bandaged his bleeding wound. Fu Wang's wounds were more serious than Jiang Pingji's. They were long and deep. When the military doctor changed his dressing and bandaged his wound, the onlookers thought it was painful, but this man did not even frown. Fu Wang thought that Jiang Pingji would leave him alone for a while, but she sent someone to summon him that afternoon. In order to prevent any possible accidents, Fu Wang was tied up like a human dumpling. "General Fu, it's been a while." Jiang Pingji was still dressed like a man in the camp. She looked like a handsome young man. Fu Wang was confused about her gender, but he snorted coldly. "If you want to kill me, just do it." "General, you know I won't kill you." Jiang Pingji smiled and said bluntly, "I've often heard Captain Meng talk about you. He said that you're the best general in the Mengs. Now that you've fought with me, you live up to your reputation. If you didn't have the upper hand, who would be the prisoner now? General Fu Wang, you're so talented, but you're willing to work for the Mengs. Isn't it a waste?" Chapter 799. Faced with Fu Wang's straightforward question, Jiang Pingji did not show the expected awkwardness. Instead, she snorted contemptuously. "General Fu, who gave you the illusion that I don't dare to do it?" Jiang Pingji got up from her seat and walked to Fu Wang. They were less than 5 feet apart. From an outsider's point of view, This distance was rather dangerous because Fu Wang could explode and violently break free to assassinate Jiang Pingji. Even though others knew that their lord was good at fighting, they still felt worried for her at such a distance. Undoubtedly, Jiang Pingji's answer was beyond Fu Wang's expectation. He looked surprised. What was even more surprising was that Jiang Pingji helped him to free himself. Fu Wang could not help but waver. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. So what if I have 3 masters? Jiang Pingji threw away the hemp rope in her hand and freed Fu Wang. The Mengs are just incompetent villains. They put you in an important position on the surface, but they are always on guard. Don't you feel wronged working for such villains? Outsiders say that the Mengs are very good to you. I think you know the details better than anyone else. Fu Wang snorted and did not take her provocative words to heart. Jiang Pingji's words hit his sore spot. He had been suffering under the Mengs, but it was not enough for him to give up the Mengs and go to a new master. They seemed to like each other, but they had reached a tacit understanding in secret. If he went to a new master, would Fu Wang get the same attention? It was easy to talk, but it was another thing to do. He had seen this kind of recruitment trick many times. I am a rough man who doesn't have much education. I don't know how to use flowery words. If you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to beat around the bush. Fu Wang did not fall for the common trick of stepping on the Mengs and flattering himself. To put it bluntly, the Mengs were trash, but the person in front of him was a fairy. No matter how bad the Mengs were, he had given Fu Wang benefits. Fu Wang did not expect the Mengs to treat him as a confidant anyway. In his opinion, if Jiang Pingji really wanted to recruit him, she should show him the truth instead of talking nonsense. In Fu Wang's eyes, whether it was to trample on the Mengs or to flatter himself, it was all self-promotion and self-flattery. Who didn't know how to brag and talk big? Who didn't know how to do that? Meng Zhan often talked about his ancestor, Meng Jing, who was a few generations away, to increase his value and popularity. Fu Wang was a stubborn person. Ordinary methods of recruitment were useless in front of him. Some people could be conquered with ideals and blueprints, because these people paid more attention to the satisfaction of the spiritual level, and words could move them more than money. However, there were some people who were completely realistic. Benefits were only good if they could get their hands on them. There was no use talking. Jiang Pingji rolled her eyes and changed her strategy. General Fu is a straightforward person. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. Jiang Pingji smiled at Fu Wang and said, General, you are now my prisoner. Not only you, but also your trusted subordinates. If the Mengs send someone to ransom the prisoners, even if they can leave, you can't. There are only 2 options for you. One is to kill yourself, and I will tell the public that you are loyal and unyielding. You only want to be loyal to the Mengs, and you won't change your mind. The other option is for you to surrender, and everything will go on as usual. Fu Wang was silent at first. He didn't expect Jiang Pingji to be more straightforward than he expected. When he realized it, his expression became gloomy. Governor of Liuzhou, do you mean to die or surrender? Not only that, but she also used Fu Wang's trusted subordinates as a threat. Jiang Pingji smiled helplessly and said, Didn't you say to be more straightforward? Do you understand what I'm saying? Wasn't what she said quite straightforward? Not to mention Fu Wang, even a deaf person could understand. Fu Wang didn't say anything. His dark eyes flashed with a strange light, as if he was calculating something. Have you thought about what you want to choose? Jiang Pingji was clear that Fu Wang was willing to appear in front of her alive because he wanted to surrender. The reason why he was still stubborn was that he wanted to fight for some benefits for himself, such as protecting his trusted subordinates. Normally, almost no one would be at ease with a general who had just surrendered, let alone return the other party's military power to him. What if the general was pretending to surrender and suddenly stirring up trouble while the new lord was not on guard? In order to prevent the surrendered general and his former subordinates from taking advantage of the opportunity to create trouble, the original organization would be broken up. On the surface, it seemed like they were putting the other party in an important position and giving him a lot of trust, but in reality, they were transferring their own people to the other party's command. Even more straightforward, they would directly deprive the surrendered general of his military power. It seemed like they were protecting the other party's military power, and they looked like they valued and trusted him, but in essence, they were promoting him. Fu Wang snorted coldly and was not prepared to express his stance. Jiang Pingji said, "I can subdue you once, so naturally, I can defeat you a second time. General, you have to think carefully. It was already humiliating to be captured once, but if he was defeated by the same person a second time, it would be a great humiliation." Moreover, Jiang Pingji's style was overbearing. She would not give Fu Wang a second chance. He could either pledge allegiance to her and work for her, or he could die. Was she going to let Fu Wang live to seek refuge with the enemy and cause trouble for her? Fu Wang seemed to be provoked. He said, "How can there be an invincible winner in this world? Magistrate Liu, aren't you being too full of yourself? What's more, the other party was too arrogant." Fu Wang thought he was arrogant enough until he came into contact with Jiang Pingji. Only then did he realize that there was always a higher mountain. "I advise you to think about it again, lest you regret it for the rest of your life." Jiang Pingji still refused to show her conditions, so the operation to recruit Fu Wang could only be put on hold. When Fu Wang was taken away to recuperate, Jiang Pingji's expression darkened. She muttered, "I really want to cut him with a knife. He's not pleasing to the eye no matter how I look at him." Meng Hun, who was beside her, said, "Why won't you say it directly?" The quality of the soldiers under Fu Wang was very good, but they were used to Fu Wang's leadership and had a tacit understanding with each other. If this group of soldiers was thrown to other generals to command, they might not even be able to exert half of their combat power. Jiang Pingji had decided to retain Fu Wang's military power from the beginning. This condition should be very attractive to Fu Wang, but why did his lord refuse to say it? Drag it out and grind down his arrogance. Jiang Pingji said calmly, as if this was the truth. In reality, she simply didn't like Fu Wang. Meng Hun actually believed Jiang Pingji's reason and nodded in agreement. That's good too. Fu Wang gets whatever he wants in the Mangs. He's usually quite arrogant. In order to win him over, the Mangs rarely say no. Meng Hun secretly shook his head. Let's put him aside for now. Maybe it can grind down his arrogance. His lord was different from the Mangs. It was unlikely that she would agree to Fu Wang's request. To give a ready-made example, his lord had a good relationship with Fengjin, right? However, every time Fengjin asked for something from her, she always rebuked him. If Fu Wang didn't change this bad habit after he surrendered, he would sooner or later have a conflict with his lord. Chapter 800. Other than Meng Hun and the other generals who believed Jiang Pingji's words, the others exchanged meaningful glances. Even the newly joined Qi Kuang and Xiao Guang sensed something fishy, not to mention Yang Si and Fengjin. "Heh, you'll get used to it. That's the lord's temperament." Fengjin comforted the two newcomers with the attitude of an experienced person. Qi Kuang didn't like to talk because of his own reasons, but Xiao Guang was more open. Won't the Lord anger Fu Wang by doing this? The Lord wants to win people over, not offend them. If things get ugly between the two sides, how will it end in the future? Fengjin smiled calmly and said, "Zhen and Jing Rong have analyzed Fu Wang in private. We all think that Fu Wang is different from ordinary people, and we can't judge him by the standards of ordinary people. Didn't Chongming realize that the other has never been upset about his failure, nor has he vented his anger on the Lord? What does this mean? It means that the previous failure was nothing to him. This person has long wanted to pledge allegiance to us, but the Lord refused to give him a ladder, so he couldn't get out of it. So he can only talk back. Once a general was beaten down from the clouds to the mud, no matter how good his mentality was, he wouldn't be unresponsive. Even if he didn't yell at them, he would at least give them a hateful look or an unapproachable attitude. What about Fu Wang? The other party calmly accepted his failure. His attitude towards Jiang Pingji, the culprit who caused his failure, was also indifferent. Feng Zhen seriously analyzed this point and came to a conclusion. Fu Wang doesn't care about who he's loyal to, he only cares about what benefits the person he's loyal to can bring him. This benefit doesn't necessarily have to be gold or jewelry. What does Fu Wang care about the most now? It should be his trusted subordinates. Just wait, he'll compromise sooner or later. In other words, as long as Jiang Pingji still had these people in her hands, Fu Wang would sooner or later surrender. Xiao Guang said, if that's the case, even if Fu Wang surrenders, it'll just be on the surface. He might be resentful. Feng Zhen said confidently, if it's someone else, they'll naturally be resentful, but if it's Fu Wang, don't worry. As mentioned before, Fu Wang was a very realistic person. As long as there were benefits, he wouldn't care about trifles. To a certain extent, a straightforward guy like Fu Wang was very difficult to deal with, but if he could find a way, he would also be easy to deal with. Xiao Guang frowned. If Fu Wang was such a person, wouldn't he have no loyalty to speak of? He couldn't help but be puzzled. Could such a person really be used? How could he be sure that he wouldn't go to the Fourth Lord? To put it bluntly, this person was an ingrate. How could he be trusted with an important position? Xiao Guang said what was on his mind. Will such a disloyal person really not harm the Lord? If there was a better target, this person would also jump ship without hesitation. Feng Zhen, on the other hand, did not care. He said, the Lord does not need his loyalty. The Lord only needs him not to betray her. These words were very contradictory, and Xiao Guang was momentarily confused. Feng Zhen then explained, I remember that the Lord once said that no one in this world would truly be loyal to another person. The only reason why they would be loyal is because the price offered by others for betrayal is not high enough. These words sounded a little harsh, but after thinking about it carefully, they made sense. The Lord only needs Fu Wang to work for her and be used by her. She doesn't need him to be loyal to her. Loyalty was never something that could be achieved with words. It depended on the person's actions. For Jiang Pingji, her standards were very low. As long as they worked for her and performed their duties, it didn't matter whether they were loyal or not. She couldn't force him to be loyal to her after having his body. A melon that was forcefully picked would not be sweet. Xiao Guang was speechless. This was the first time he had heard of such a theory. After spending 2 days cleaning up the battlefield and treating the injured, Jiang Pingji planned to return to Wanzhou. Jiamen Pass should be the biggest test the Meng set. Once we pass it, we will be safe. Not only had Jiang Pingji broken through Jiamen Pass with minimal losses, but she had also captured more than 10,000 soldiers and the Meng's top general. It could be said that the Mengs had suffered a great loss this time, while Jiang Pingji had won a lot from this gamble. Not to mention a capable general like Fu Wang, just the elite troops that Fu Wang had trained for several years were an immeasurable wealth. Feng Zhen and the others heaved a long sigh of relief. They had been under so much pressure that they couldn't sleep well. Especially Feng Zhen. Although he had gotten rid of the Hanshi powder, his body was still damaged and he couldn't sleep well. When they returned to Wanzhou, he would definitely take a vacation. Of course, but the Mengs have been our enemy for a long time. Lanting can't be careless. Lu Shi had caught a cold a while ago and was seriously ill. He had only gotten better in the past 2 days. By the time he recovered, his daughter would have taken German pass and wouldn't give him a chance to perform. Father, don't worry. I will be careful. As long as they entered the northern part of Dongqing, it would be the same as returning home. The Mengs would not be able to help. When Jiang Pingji led her troops through Jiamen Pass and marched north, the news of Jiamen Pass had spread throughout Dongqing. Fu Wang had a total of 25,000 soldiers, and they had the advantage of a dangerous pass. Without more than 50,000 soldiers and sufficient supplies, how could they break through the pass? Go home, wash up, and sleep. It's much faster to daydream. Jiang Pingji only had 30,000 soldiers, and most of them were Lu Shi's. They didn't have much supplies. But the result? She had only sacrificed 3,000 soldiers to break through the Jiamen Pass and capture Fu Wang and his 10,000 elite soldiers. What kind of impressive battle record was this? When the news spread to all the forces in Dongqing, everyone turned their attention to the Mengs. The Mengs were the biggest losers in the battle. They had lost both their generals and their soldiers. How furious Meng Zhan would be and how furious Prince Changsha would be. Just imagining it made them feel good. If they could see it with their own eyes, it would be a great show. It was 10 days after the battle at Jiamen Pass when Huang Song received the news. Lanting is really something. I can't believe the Mengs suffered such a great loss. I'm so happy. Huang Song smiled as he entered the government office, holding the bamboo slip that recorded the battle. My lord, what happened? Everyone was confused. They didn't know what had happened to Huang Song that made him so happy. Huang Song handed the bamboo slip to Feng Ju and said, Huijie, you'll know when you read it. Lanting is going to be famous. Feng Ju opened the battle report. There were only a few numbers written on it. After reading it, Feng Ju handed the report to Qing Jing and the others. Qing Jing had a plan after reading it. Everyone's attention was attracted by the content. Qing Jing remained calm because he saw something else. The chief of Wulong County in Haozhou is dead. His only bloodline and remnants are still in Lu Shi's hands. Haozhou was Huang Song's base and Wulong County was also his territory. Huang Song's smile disappeared. That's right. But I'm afraid Lanting won't be easy to deal with. We don't know what her attitude is. It's not right to go to her. They still didn't know what Jiang Pingji's attitude was. Did she want to use the remnants of Wulong County to intervene in Haozhou? Or did she want to let them run their own course? Chapter 801. A few thoughts flashed through Huang Song's mind. When he thought of the final plan, he could not help but tremble. Would Jiang Pingji give up on the juicy meat that was about to reach her mouth and push it into his mouth instead? Thinking of this, Huang Song calmed down a little. He shook his head and said regretfully, the descendants of Wulong were saved by Lanting. It is only right for them to inherit Wulong County. Official appointments in Dongqing were complicated. When the royal family was still powerful, most of the appointments and dismissals of officials had to be approved by the emperor. However, with the gradual weakening of the royal family and the loss of monarchical power, the system gradually changed from the emperor's bestowal to the heirs. After the rescue of the emperor, this phenomenon would become more and more common. What did it mean that Jiang Pingji had the descendants of Wulong County in her hands? It meant that the descendants in her hands were the first heirs of Wulong County. Huang Song was just an outsider who coveted the power. If the descendants of Wulong County received Jiang Pingji's help, they could rightfully become the chief of Wulong County. At that time, if Huang Song wanted to touch Wulong County again, he would have to face Jiang Pingji. If Huang Song was afraid of fighting, afraid of his opponent, and did not want to face Jiang Pingji so soon, he could only choose to endure and watch as Jiang Pingji extended her hand into his territory. But how could he allow someone else to sleep next to his bed? If Jiang Pingji really did that, she and Huang Song could only maintain a superficial harmony. Sooner or later, they would break up because of this. Qing Jing also understood Huang Song's worries. However, he looked further ahead and thought about it even further. My lord, how do you know that Lu Shi has no intention of cooperating if we don't send people to probe? Qing Jing calmed himself down and said to Huang Song, Lu Shi's greatest enemy has never been Dongqing. Her threat comes from the 3 tribes of the northern borderline. As long as the 3 tribes of the northern borderline are not destroyed, she will not be able to rest in peace. Even an eagle needs to use its full strength to catch a rabbit, much less the northern borderline. When Huang Song understood the meaning behind Qing Jing's painting, he suddenly felt enlightened. Why was he so muddle-headed? The 3 tribes of the northern borderline were not easy enemies. In order to deal with them, Jiang Pingji naturally had to go all out. At such a critical juncture, how could she have the extra energy to meddle in the affairs of other forces? As for lending soldiers to the descendants of the Wulong County to help them fight for their inheritance, that was even more ridiculous. If Jiang Pingji didn't have the energy to meddle in Wulong County's affairs, what should they do with it? Thinking of this, Huang Song's heart beat wildly. He hurriedly asked, Yumo, are you implying that Lanting will give up Wulong County for the sake of the bigger picture? If that's the case, we can indeed send someone to negotiate with Lanting. I think she would be willing to cooperate. Qing Jing nodded and said, My lord is right. That's exactly what I meant. Feng Ju agreed. Considering the current situation, even if the Lord doesn't send anyone to look for Lu Shi, she'll send someone to look for us after a while. In Wulong County, there was no other suitable candidate other than the Lord. If he could seize this opportunity to take down Wulong County, he would be one step closer to unifying the Haozhou province. However, in order to prevent any unforeseen events, I still need my lord to make a decision soon. Opportunities were fleeting. If Huang Song did not cherish it, who knew who would benefit from it? After some deliberation, the other strategists agreed with Qing Jing and Feng Ju's decision. Huang Song thought about it and accepted the 2 suggestions. Just as Huang Song was overwhelmed with joy, a few people were so angry that they almost fainted. These people were none other than the emperor, Prince Changshu, and his henchman, Meng Zhan. When he received news of Fu Wang's defeat and capture, Prince Changshu flew into a rage and killed several officials and generals to vent his anger. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic and fear. Some people even compared Prince Changshu to the late emperor and came to the conclusion that the 2 of them were indeed biological brothers. They were the same as each other. In terms of brutality, they were practically the second emperor of Dongqing. Fortunately, none of these comments reached Prince Changshu's ears. Otherwise, he would have been even angrier. Because of his rage, he even changed his respectful attitude towards Meng Zhan. His attitude became a little more sarcastic. Mr. Meng strongly recommended Fu Wang to lead the army to battle in front of me, but what happened in the end? The so-called first general is just an undeserved title. He led tens of thousands of people to guard Jiamen Pass, but he still lost it. It's a great shame and humiliation to lose to a young girl. Prince Changshu said it was Fu Wang's fault, but what he really meant was that Meng Zhan set him up. When Meng Zhan praised Fu Wang to the skies, Prince Changshu had high hopes for him. He didn't expect Fu Wang to lose so easily. How was he going to attack Lu Shi and his daughter? He was sending them to their deaths. Meng Zhan's face darkened. He was already in a bad mood. Now that Prince Changsho was angry at him, his mood fell to the bottom. He also sneered, "Your Majesty, why are you so angry? Although Fu Wang lost, what did you lose?" The soldiers led by Fu Wang all belonged to the Mangs. They had nothing to do with Prince Changsho. Even if they lost, it was the Mangs' loss. Why was Prince Changsho so angry? Could it be that this man really regarded the Mangs as his lackey and the Mangs' power was Prince Changsho's? Prince Changsho almost died of anger after hearing Meng Zhan's question. But he was still rational. He didn't dare to fall out with Meng Zhan at this time. He put down his status as an emperor and comforted Meng Zhan. Although he was smiling apologetically, he felt an unprecedented hatred for Meng Zhan in his heart. These two men seemed to be on good terms, but they weren't on the same page. Elsewhere, the Su brothers also received the news of Jiang Pingji's great victory. But their reactions were completely different. Su Fei and Jiang Pingji did not have much of a relationship. When he received the news, he merely raised his eyebrows and analyzed the reason for her victory with his strategist. As for Su Bei, he and Jiang Pingji had called each other brothers during the alliance meeting. The two of them were still on good terms. Now that they had no conflict of interest and Jiang Pingji had won, Su Bei was naturally happy for her. But more importantly, to think that the Mengs would have such a day. How delightful. If not for his good upbringing, he would have pounded the table and laughed maniacally. The Mengs and Sus were secretly opposing each other. The conflict between the two had continued since the generation of their ancestors. The Sus were, of course, happy that the Mengs had suffered a great loss. They couldn't wait to throw a banquet and let the whole world know about it. Come, prepare a generous gift. Send someone to deliver it to Wanzhou. Tell them it's a gift from my sworn brother. Su Bei was rich and willful. Jiang Pingji had caused trouble for the Mangs, so he should at least express his gratitude. However, if this news reached the Mangs' ears, who knew how angry they would be? Apart from these few powers, the reactions of the other powers were varied. Some secretly sneered at Prince Changsho and the Mangs, but there were also those who were dismissive of Jiang Pingji. A woman was a woman after all. She had no backbone. It was just a small victory, and Lu Shi was so happy that he could fly to the heavens. Chapter 802. Lu Shi's influence was in Chongzhou. It was not convenient for him and Jiang Pingji to go there. Not long after they entered the north, Lu Shi parted ways with Jiang Pingji and brought his troops to Chongzhou. My lord, you don't have to worry about Old Master. In the north, apart from the Tsing-Yi army, there are no other forces that can threaten Old Master. Half a month had passed since the Battle of Jiamen Pass. During this time, Fengzhen had eaten his fill and slept soundly. His days were comfortable. As a result, he had put on some weight recently. His skinny cheeks now looked a little meaty, and his complexion was rosy and healthy. Jiang Pingji said, I'm not worried about my father. On the surface, Fengzhen nodded, but he still insisted on his own opinion. His lord had been separated from his father for many years. It was not easy for them to spend some time together. Now that they were going to be separated again, she would definitely be reluctant. Jiang Pingji could tell that Fengzhen didn't mean what he said. She couldn't be bothered to argue with him. The streaming room was lively as usual. Even if Jiang Pingji rarely interacted with them, they could still entertain themselves. Little chicken stewed mushroom, this war has been going on for a long time. I remember that the streamer had just left for the Alliance conference, right before Chinese New Year last year. Now that she's back, it's almost summer. Now that I think about it, it's been half a year. Time really flies. In another half a month, my baby will be preparing for the college entrance exam. I've come to the live broadcast room to make a wish, hoping that the host will bless me and I'll be invincible in the college entrance exam. Mushroom stewed little chicken, college entrance examination party. You're not thinking of fighting for 3 years to simulate 5 years of college entrance examination, yet you're still in the live stream room. You're so open-minded. Luo peanut candy, as someone who's been here before, I can tell you that this live stream is magical. You can always make your wishes come true here. Jiang Pingji had been on the road for the past 2 months. Every day, she was on the road, and the content of her live stream was the same. The audience found it fresh at first, but after a long time, they were tired of it. Many old viewers chose to lurk and peek. Most of the bullet screen comments were new viewers. No one knew who started it, but Jiang Pingji's streaming room became even more powerful than the koi fish. Everyone spread the rumor that wishing for good luck. The audience's bullet screen content was getting further and further away from the main topic of the live broadcast, until an old audience member sent a question. Moyen Song Yuan, I'm only worried about one thing right now. Has the news that the host is a woman reached Wanzhou? This bullet screen had caused quite a few people to lurk around. Everyone's nerves could not help but tighten. The streamer had taken care of the people around her, but her subordinates far away in Wanzhou were still in the dark. When they suddenly received the news that their lord had changed from a young man in the prime of his life to a young lady, wouldn't they explode? In fact, this pot had already exploded. When the news that Jiang Pingji had become the Wanzhou magistrate spread to Wanzhou, everyone also received another major piece of news: the lord was actually a wife. To them, the impact of this news was no less than the earthquake in Shangjing. All of Wanzhou was in an uproar. Everyone pinched their arms and grimaced in pain. Only after confirming that they could feel the pain did they know that they were not having a nightmare. Su Ku was so shocked that he miscalculated the accounts. Looking at the messy accounts, he could only endure the throbbing pain in his temples and make another one. How can the Lord be a woman? From work to work, the same question lingered in his mind: was he having a nightmare? Qiguan Rang went to Su Ku and asked him in private. You've been with the Lord the longest. Don't you have any suspicions? When Qiguan Rang received the news, his attitude was still relatively calm. He had a faint thought in his heart, as expected. Faced with Qiguan Rang's questioning, Su Ku suddenly widened his eyes and said in an extremely aggrieved tone, How can I doubt it? How could a normal person suspect that the young man recognized by others was a young girl? Nowadays, cross-dressers were everywhere. The men of the aristocratic families wore flowery hairpins and powdered hair and wore red and green clothes. The chances of Su Ku recognizing them were even lower. Your madam didn't leak any information. Qiguan Rang was flabbergasted. It was fine if others didn't recognize her, but Su Ku, who was part of Jiang Pingji's first batch of subordinates, was still kept in the dark. It was really inexcusable, not to mention that Su Ku's wife was their lord's personal maid. Qiguan Rang's question stumped Su Ku. He was stunned for a moment. He carefully recalled what Sun Mei had said, and his expression became more and more interesting. He stammered, I vaguely mentioned it, but how could a normal person think in this direction? Qiguan Rang secretly rolled his eyes. Who could he blame? If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame their lord for being too manly. They couldn't blame their subordinates for being blind. When Feng Jin received the news, he was in a good mood. How could he not be happy? He couldn't be too happy when he saw the dumbfounded expressions of his colleagues. For so many years, he had been guarding the secret that no one else knew. He had long been stifled. This happy mood lasted until he got off work and returned home. Wei Jingxian said, What happened to make Huayu so happy? Feng Jin took over Chongqing, who was getting heavier from Wei Jingxian's arms. He hugged his chubby daughter and didn't even care that his daughter was tugging at his cheek. Jingxian, there are two pieces of great news, Feng Jin said with a smile. First, Lanting has been appointed as the governor of Wanzhou. Second, she has regained her identity as a woman. From now on, we don't have to worry about her accidentally exposing her identity and causing unrest. How can I not be happy? Lanting. Before Wei Jingxian could answer, the chubby daughter in her arms began to speak. She had only said 2 words when transparent saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Don't be rude. Don't call her by her name. Feng Jin took the handkerchief from his wife and gently wiped away the saliva for Chongqing. Lanting. Chongqing waited with her legs crossed. Her 2 black grape-like eyes sparkled as she babbled, Huayu. Chongqing was stubborn. The more Feng Jin opposed something, the more she liked to go against it. That's my lord. Feng Jin laughed and gave his daughter a slap on her butt. This girl was getting bolder. She even dared to call her father by his name. My lord. Chongqing proudly learned. Her speech was still incoherent. Often, she could only say 2 words. That's right. Don't be rude when you see my lord in the future. Wei Jingxian was overjoyed to see the father and daughter talking like chickens talking to ducks. Chongqing didn't know what she was laughing at, but she also giggled happily. The atmosphere of the family of 3 was very good. The other single dogs were a little pitiful. For example, Zhang Ping. As a skilled craftsman, he spent most of his time in the woodworking workshop. He was obsessed with craftsmanship and had no distractions. When he received the news, Zhang Ping's brain seemed to have rusted. He almost couldn't wrap his head around it. Who did you say is a woman? For the whole day, Zhang Ping seemed to be sleepwalking. He couldn't remember what he did at all. When he returned home, the first thing he did was to rush to his neighbor's house. He forgot to mention that his neighbor was Wei Ci. Zixiao, my lord is actually a woman. Thinking that the person who went up and down the mountain with him, looking for wells, digging ditches and building reservoirs was actually a woman, he was completely dumbfounded. What was wrong with this world? Was he still having nightmares? He thought that Wei Ci's reaction would be violent. He didn't expect him to just raise his eyebrows lightly and say, you know. Zhang Ping was strangely silent. It was the season where spring and winter intersected. The weather changed rapidly. Wei Ci was naturally sick for a few days. During this period of illness, Wei Ci stayed at home and couldn't go anywhere. Logically, he shouldn't have received the news so early. In other words, Wei Ci had long known that Lu Shi was a woman. That was why his reaction was so calm. You. When did you know? A bold guess emerged in Zhang Ping's mind. Wei Ci said lightly, I knew when Ji Shan's hot spring came. So early. Zhang Ping's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, you clearly knew that my lord is a woman. You still introduced me to her. Were you sincere? Wei Ci's expression changed. He started coughing hysterically. He looked like he didn't have long to live. After a while, this guy started pretending to be dead. Zhang Ping was speechless. Chapter 803. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth. Why did he have such a friend who cheated his teammates? If the audience in the live streaming room saw this, they would probably be able to perfectly translate Zhang Ping's current state of mind. Hashtag every time I get cheated, I see my colleague pretending to be dead. Hashtag Wei Ci, with your acting skills, it's such a waste not to work in the entertainment industry. Hashtag Zhang Ping looked at Wei Ci, who was pretending to be dead, and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Wei Zixiao. You're still pretending. If you don't explain yourself today, I'll stay here and not leave. When dealing with a guy like Wei Ci, one must not be thin-skinned. One must be more shameless than him. He was thinking about how to get back at him when he saw Wei Ci lying motionless on the bed. His breathing was intermittent, and his chest rose and fell weakly. Wait, this. Did Zixiao's illness really act up? Realizing this, Zhang Ping's anger disappeared. He quickly went forward and pushed Wei Ci, using his fingers to check his breathing. Upon checking, he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. Zhang Ping's heart sank. Zixiao. Zhang Ping immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he was about to call for the doctor, the sickly Wei Ci quietly turned his body sideways with his back facing Zhang Ping. He quietly pulled the brocade blanket covering his body towards his chin. How did he still look like he was about to die? Zhang Ping was speechless. The anger that had just subsided rose again. This kid was becoming more and more capable. He actually pretended to be sick in front of him and made him worry for nothing. Wei Zixiao. If you don't give me an explanation today, you and I will break off our friendship and never see each other again. Pretending to be sick. How could such a thing be faked? He did it on purpose this time. Who knew if it would be true next time? If the next time his illness really acted up and others thought he was acting, was this kid trying to get himself killed? Zhang Ping's tone was no longer calm. There was dignity in his anger. He was obviously serious. Wei Ci smiled. He knew he could not continue to tease Zhang Ping. It was a small matter if the other party was angry. If he really broke off their friendship, it would be a big deal. He sat up with difficulty. His face was pale as usual. His lips were an unhealthy greenish white. He looked sickly. I'm indeed sincere. Wei Ci shamelessly admitted it. He asked, will Shiheng blame me for saying this? Zhang Ping calmed down a little. He had nothing to say in response to Wei Ci's question. To be honest, Zhang Ping would definitely not blame Wei Ci. What's done can't be undone. What's the use of blaming you? Our Lord is not a kind person. Who can get off this ship smoothly? What's more, you already knew that she was a woman. After some consideration, you still chose to assist her. It can be seen that in your eyes, this lord is much better than ordinary feudal vassals. It's obvious that she's the wise ruler you've been searching for. I trust your eyes too. Zhang Ping and Wei Ci had known each other for many years. He was well aware of the latter's ambitions and aspirations. He was even more aware that Wei Ci's ideal ruler was too idealistic. He thought that Wei Ci would delay his official career until he was 30 years old. He did not expect that this guy would rush to the north in a hurry after receiving news of the earthquake in Shangjing. Out of worry for his friend, Zhang Ping escorted Wei Ci along the way. He was also puzzled along the way. What kind of person could make Wei Ci disregard his health and life and drag Qin Ke's sick body to seek refuge with them? When he saw Zhang Ping did not feel much at first. It was only after several interactions that he realized that Wei Ci had found the right person. The wise ruler that Wei Ci was looking for was not only an ambitious and ruthless person who could run amok in a chaotic world, but also someone who had a benevolent and loving heart. Zhang Ping sighed. He lifted this matter up high and gently put it down, letting Wei Ci off the hook. If you had known about this a long time ago, you would have at least revealed some information to me. Then I wouldn't be in such a sorry state today. Zhang Ping thought of his absent-minded state today and felt gloomy again. You didn't say anything because you were waiting for this day. You're happy to see others startled, aren't you? The feeling of knowing that no one else knew and only he could not feel too good. I've really wronged Ci. I wanted to say it in the past, but the time was not right. I could only delay it again and again. Zhang Ping suddenly chuckled. If he believed one more word from Wei Ci, he would write his name backwards. Wei Ci had been sick for the past few days. He was not well informed about the outside world. Shiheng, you said that the Lord's secret has been spread to everyone. What's the attitude of the others? Other than Feng Jin, who was in the know, the others were kept in the dark. Hearing such explosive news for the first time, he didn't know if they could accept it. Zhang Ping thought about it and briefly described the reactions of the others. Most of them were surprised, and a few were frightened. As for the chaos that Wei Ci was worried about, there had been no signs of it so far. After listening, Wei Ci was relieved. Zhang Ping comforted him. Almost none of the people who serve the Lord are pedantic. Huayu, who has the strictest rules, reacted very calmly today. It seems that the Lord's gender cannot shake their loyalty. You don't have to worry about these people, but the people of Wanzhou. Jiang Pingji's subordinates were carefully selected. It was impossible for them to betray her just because she was a woman. However, it was hard to say for the ordinary people. They were the group that was most easily fooled by public opinion. They could be used as weapons if they were not careful. Wei Ci said, after the Lord left, all parts of Wanzhou were hurriedly selecting female soldiers to fill the women's camp. I even asked storytellers to write stories to promote the merits of the women's camp. After half a year, the people have already accepted it. When the Lord becomes a woman, they will at most cherish it for a while. Zhang Ping listened and nodded repeatedly. The atmosphere in Wanzhou was indeed more open-minded than in other places. Speaking of this, when will you finish writing the story? Zhang Ping frowned and could not help but urge him to update. Wei Ci's expression changed. His eyes drifted, and he said, "Isn't I still sick?" He knew Jiang Pingji's plan and knew when she planned to restore her identity as a daughter. In order to minimize the impact, Wei Ci had thought of many ways. Expanding the scale of the women's camp and selecting female soldiers in Wanzhou was one of the solutions. To be on the safe side, he also thought of another way, controlling public opinion with entertainment. Speaking of which, he had learned this method from Her Majesty. Compiling a story in the marketplace and having storytellers tell stories in tea houses and taverns, using catchy, easy-to-understand books to attract ordinary people. Through this method, he could achieve the effect of controlling public opinion. It was an era where entertainment was scarce. Only high-ranking officials and nobles had the right to enjoy singing and dancing activities. The entertainment life of the people was almost zero. Even activities such as performing on the streets had not become popular yet. Under such conditions, the power of Wei Ci's move was huge. It was comparable to a nuclear bomb. Every day, there were people who persevered in waiting, surrounding the tea houses and taverns so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. They eagerly waited for the content of the story to be serialized. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.